Right, so we do have some data out this morning. Your initial job loss claims are coming out. They should actually be out already. I'm just propagating the data here. So far, we did see the US dollar uptick quite a bit there. Um, Yields have firmed up as they were a little bit more negative. All right, so your data out this morning, initial jobless claims 231,000 versus 241. So better than expectations. Interesting. Philly Fed manufacturing data blew out expectations. That is crazy. Wow. So initial job loss claims coming in better than expected. Again, so initial job loss claims 231K. And Philly Fed. So what did that initially do? You saw a little bit of a pop here in the dollar. The dollar is continuing to show its strength here off of that 14-year trend line. A nice pop in the Dixie to start the morning. We'll see if it can hold on to that. The 10-year yield also firmed up there off of the lows. You do have all indices gapping up this morning. I think it's going to be a gap and crack. That is my consensus for the session. Let me just get everything situated here. So yeah, as I was saying, initial job loss claims coming in better than expected. Philly Fed manufacturing coming in extremely well. Overall, what did that do? It pumped up yields a bit. It pumped up the dollar. You're going to see the markets coming in just slightly off of the highs. S&P 500, I think, is set for a gap and crack. Same thing with the Russell IWM. You got a lot of positive news. Nvidia obviously taking a stake in Intel. So that's helped the QQQ. QQQ is outperforming SPY today, so you can see there's a little bit more concentration in your tech, mega cap tech stocks. IWM is actually outperforming all indices right now, but needless to say, IWM is off of the highs, whereas QQQ and SPY are making new highs in the pre-market. You have beautiful strength today in Nvidia up 2.88%, gapping to the high side. You can still see Nvidia is really still just chopping around in a interesting bearish range today. You're kind of trying to recapture that 20 and 50-day moving average. We'll see if it can get a close above that vicinity. Obviously, Intel has a very large weighting, guys, in your SOXX. So Intel right now is gapping to the high side, pushing above 32 right now. I think there's a long trade to 34, and I think 34 is probably a short. But Intel, a nice bull flag breakout, Nvidia taking a stake, and it is ripping to the upside. Pretty crazy, right? Pretty crazy. Sorry, I think I had my Telegram muted there. I definitely did have Telegram muted, but we're live. So as I was saying, just going through my news feed, I'm wanting to see if there's anything worth observing. Right now, you do have that Dixie guys just absolutely flying. Intraday, US dollar ripping to the upside. Better than expected print on your job loss claims. Obviously, a way better than expected print on the Philly Fed manufacturing, pumping the market to the high side. You got gold still positive, nat gas up 0.7, crude oil up 0.8. Major indices are still fairly elevated here with QQQ up 1.08, IWM up 1.1, and SPY up 0.71. Semiconductors are seeing the majority of their strength today on the back of Intel, which we will obviously discuss a little bit more. So basically, Nvidia taking what, a 5 billion stake in Intel is put a huge bid in the stock. Um, it's relatively still a small investment in my opinion, but nevertheless, it's an investment. So it's certainly showing some extra positivity. Very smart of Nvidia to kind of take a stake in a company that's very undervalued compared to the whole market, and obviously following the back on kind of the US government taking a stake. So monkey see, monkey do. That is actually breathing quite a bit of life into a lot of tech stocks. So let me just quickly scroll through some of these things. All right, so nicely in the pre-market, a couple percent, looking to continue to push and break to the high side. Snapchat, which we continue to be long, and our calls are working out quite nicely, and we've got quite a bit of time for Snapchat to hit $9, but having a nice breakout yesterday confirming that move to the upside, really, really good. SMCI is still just floundering around, but this one looks like a bit of a long continuation. As long as the market holds up, I think it's set for a beautiful pump. PayPal has really firmed up off of the lows, ladies and gents. PayPal is trying to make a high volume breakout move above your 7 and 20. Right now it is up a couple percent. I like what I'm seeing in PayPal quite a bit. OKTA, we continue to remain long Okta. This one's just been chopping around at the lows, but I think that that one's also another name that's very overvalued, or undervalued, I should say. CDNS, again, quality company. It had really good earnings. It fell on the back of S&PS, but it's pretty much recaptured its whole entire fall and pushing up here. So I still think we can push to 380 in the near term target. We are seeing Big Bear AI showing quite a bit of momentum here in the pre-market. Big Bear AI is looking to press and close above the 50-day moving average. I am still bullish BBAI into the end of the year. We are up on our call options. Google right now is up about 1.25. This name just does not give up. Duolingo, that is up a couple percent in the pre-market, 2.2% right now. You know what stock is actually ripping right now is Lululemon. I think with the investment in Intel by Nvidia, and obviously they're completely different markets, sectors of the economy, Lulu and Intel, but I think what Nvidia just did was it paved the way for companies to look for these stocks that have been absolutely beaten down and clobbered. The undervalued names, in my opinion, are going to catch a really big. Just with the rally today in Lulu, I'm basically now slightly up on my common shares. So that one still has quite a bit of work to do, but nevertheless, that one is a beautiful long term, I think makes a lot of sense. You do have China equities under a bit of pressure. They've had stunning runs. I think they're the next shoe to drop, at least see a decent sized pullback, 5 to 10%. BABA right now gapping down to 163. NEO has had a stunning move. That one's under a little bit of pressure here in the pre-market. The Yang ETF right now is up about 4.2%, pretty much recapturing its entire down move yesterday. So this is probably an ETF that I think could get back to plus 25 bucks. We are seeing Broadcom making a move, Oracle's flat. ALAB has been one that just keeps on tearing to the upside. Very tough stock. I mean, I have lost some money on shorting this name. ALAB just continues to rip higher and higher here. Let's look at some of the commodity complex right now. Uranium is still trying to push to the upside just off of its highs, but again, with the extra strength in tech, you are seeing Oklo trying to push to the high side. SMR is catching a nice bid this morning. That's a name that's going through a lot of choppy price action. Looking at crude oil, WTI crude trying to get a bullish cross of your 7 and 20 moving average. So crude oil looks actually really good from a technical long standpoint. A nice continuation surge here on the 4-hour hourly chart. What's interesting about crude is you did get a bullish hourly close above this previous breakdown from yesterday, from a few hours ago. So crude oil right now getting that bullish cross on the 7 and 20, looking strong like it wants to go back for that daily 200 moving average. I think that's where crude likely wants to go in the near term. You're still seeing some strength in XLE. You're still seeing some strength in XOM, obviously a leader in the XLE ETF. So I think oil is looking pretty decent. Natural gas, we shorted that yesterday, closed out the trade for a nice win via KOLD. And you can see nat gas was positive, but now starting to go negative here and falling. Typically, when crude oil rallies, the energy market does, or natural gas does fall. So we'll have to watch nat gas closely. Nat gas does have inventories. If nat gas were to pop today through this high pivot, I would look for another short opportunity off of the inventory reversal. Okay, so I'm not looking to trade it ahead of it, but I would certainly trade the reaction. If it were to pop, I would short it. If it were to drop into the 20-day, I would take a buy side stab at it. All right, let's see what else we got going on here. IONQ unfortunately got a little bit of a pop last night. I still think this is a blow off move on IONQ. So this is we traded that successfully yesterday. I'm interested in shorting IONQ as a day trade today again. Yesterday we shorted common shares and made a nice little chunk of change off of the little bit of reversal and fall. So I am very interested yet again in fading IONQ. I think this makes quite a bit of sense, in my opinion, to take a stab at on the short side. We'll just have to watch that one closely. I'll look at how it settles before the open, but definitely on watch for another short setup for IONQ. It worked out quite well yesterday, and it's just a little bit more extended on news today, and I don't think anything's really changed other than they secured a little bit of a deal with the US government. They're still bleeding cash. Okay, let me scroll through here. Crypto is right now, Bitcoin is up 0.62%. You've been seeing a little bit of underlying accumulation in these crypto plays, SBET, BMNR, but they haven't really given us that definitive breakout just yet. But right now, if we look at crypto, BTC is still trying to break out here. BTC is looking pretty solid here from a technical long. It's actually looking better than Ethereum. But Ethereum's holding its 20-day. It's just sandwiched between the 7 and 20. If it gets above the 7-day on a daily close, you're probably making new highs in Ethereum. So Ethereum's not looking too bad. at all. Looking at WBD, it's still just chopping around here. It had made a little bit of a new low yesterday, but bounced quite nicely with the market. Western Digital, still a strong stock looking to consolidate. LDI, this one's interesting because it keeps trying to chug a little bit higher, but you've seen huge amount of insider selling. All right, we'll go through some of the big movers now that we've just done a rundown of some of the holdings that have exposure to. Uh, So big market mover, INTC, Intel right now up over close to 30% here. So looking at Intel's chart, you had that really tight bull flag. If we just do a measured move just to see where this would roughly take us, takes us to about $30.47. You can see we've well overshot that area, and one of the reasons why I think we've overshot is because look at this stage one basing formation. You know, I thought Intel was going to make one more dip back down to the lows here, and I was actually going to look for a buy entry, but a nice basing formation has occurred on Intel, and it's popped to the high side. There's a strong chance that this does get sold into and faded. That's just the nature of the beast for Intel. We've seen Intel continuously get faded and faded and faded every time it pops. Obviously, this is a little bit different in the sense that Nvidia, the world's largest company, breeds a lot of confidence into stocks. But 5 billion, I mean, really isn't that much in my opinion. You know, you look at it's a $116 billion company, Intel right now, and it's still pretty undervalued compared to its peers. So, I like a fading opportunity on Intel around 34 bucks. That's going to be a retrace, a 50% retrace of this entire down move. You're going to be slicing through your monthly EMA 113 there. So that'll be an interesting zone. And let's just see if we have any volume profiles sitting. Value areas there. Nothing really to be concerned about. Yeah. So that's pretty much the area. I would be around 34 bucks. So this name probably gets if it pulls back sharply, you probably get a big dip buy. In terms of where I would look for a dip buy, so if we open up around 32.46, your first aggressive zone would be your first fib level, which would be 36.66. Let's just mark that in there. A little bit of your intermediate level there. Okay, so we'll watch those key technical levels. Let me just see. I would be more inclined to wait for the 30 level retrace. That's kind of where I'm looking for a potential bounce. So I'm just going to remove that one. This one's your aggressive conservative retrace. Long scalp. And then obviously we'll change to see how that opens, but I think that makes logical sense. Around 29.57 for a pullback. That would indicate roughly a pullback and profit taking of about 8-9% or so. So pretty conservative, I would say. You are seeing the markets get a little bit heavier here in the pre-market, seeing some distribution and sell side pressure as we approach that 9 o'clock time frame. But let's see what else we got going on here. So Intel, obviously a big mover. Along with Intel, a name that's had a lot of downside pressures, SMPS. SMPS pushing right now to the upside, trying to shake off this big bearish gap down move. Gapping up from 425 to 465. A very impressive move from CDNF. Sorry, from SMPS. Very impressive. AXTA. So AXTA seeing a little bit of buy side strength. I don't really see anything to do there. I mean, maybe a short into your 200 moving average, but it's risky. VSAT, VSAT. This one continues to just rip to the upside. Um, Another one that's getting a little stretched, quite stretched here. Let me look at the weekly chart. Yeah, you are coming into a heavy wide range red bar breakdown. You've broken above the weekly 200, which rejected you here. You should see a retrace to that level. Let me go to the monthly. Mm, Yeah, maybe you want to get a move to that monthly resistance. So 41 bucks there. Yeah, you actually might want to push to about 38, but wow, is it stretched for sure. Yeah, you could go a little bit higher. Weekly divergence. Nothing to do there. Amer Sports, ticker AS, is catching a bid today. Let's see what's going on there. Too sure if there's news on it, but making a nice move. Let's continue to go along. AMAT is making a move this morning. AMAT. This is just breathing life back into the semiconductor complex as a whole. Wolf speed seeing some accumulation. So it does look like semis are going to be your heartbeat of the market today. Semis and fintech look pretty good. Wolf Speed right now trying to shake off this inside bar reversal candle. Wolf Speed's actually looking bullish here. It's a tough name to trade because it gaps up and gaps down, but looks like it has upside momentum to your daily 200 moving average. I like the fact that you're consolidating above that EMA 113, so it's certainly looking like Wolf Speed probably can keep pushing higher. Let's look at RI Riley Financial. Riley Financial has been a short squeezer, and Riley Financial was just initiated coverage by Adtran Holdings. A buy rating announces a price target of $16. Holy moly. That's insane. So you can see Riley breaking out of this also longer term base. This is a high short interest name. So it is showing some signs of life here. Very, very good move, I would say. If Riley can get a daily chart close, this one can squeeze big time. Big time. You're not that overbought yet on the daily. You're so oversold on the monthly. Weekly chart is just getting going. So Riley Financial is definitely a high short interest financial that once it starts to get that short covering rally, I mean, it could move. And its market cap is really tiny, 229 million. That's the only thing you need to be careful of, is that it's a very, very small market cap. Let me just see what Jeff Bezos is saying here. Jeff Bezos, back CEO, warns U.S. against selling AI chips to China amid national security. It may be the only advantage we have. All right. What's this NKTR doing? Nectar Therapeutics. Wow. Blasting off. Nectar Therapeutics announces new data from ongoing Resolve Ad Phase 2B study of Rezpeglutide. I can't even say some of these pharmaceuticals. It's crazy. I'm just scrolling through to see what else. A little bit of news on Genius Sports. Some of your laggers this morning. You got DRI, Darden Restaurants. That one's coming under a little bit of pressure this morning. So gapping down, triggering a bit of a head and shoulders formation on DRI. I guess you would have to use this line here as your head and shoulders to get the downside target. Rough calculation very quickly. This one has room down to 169. So DRI not looking too good in my opinion. Um, it could be a short setup off of this earnings breakdown. You can see that it had a really hard down move. Then it gapped up this morning and it's getting faded. So DRI is not looking too bad for a continuation short. Um, I think this one's a short to pop type of environment for sure. So we'll keep that one on watch. We are seeing the markets getting a bit heavier here, ladies and gents. We are, for sure. Ethereum turned back to the negative side. Interesting. Interesting. Keep AMD's also showing a little bit of weakness here. Again, you're starting to see there could be a potential pairs trade opportunity where market investors are going to be selling AMD, buying Intel. If that happens, that could be the thing that really starts to push Intel through some crazy technicals. Because if you look at the long-term trend of AMD and Intel, I mean, basically AMD went like this, downward, 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 and sorry, AMD went up and Intel basically went down. So they kind of crossed paths along the way, and AMD started eating Intel's lunch. But again, we'll see if that wants to change. Um, Intel still, I think, has a quality chip. I mean, they have a ton of computers with their Intel processor, their i3, i5, i7, i9s. I still think they're okay, and they can be a big turnaround story, just a little bit slower moving. But I think that they've been decimated. But we'll see if AMD catches a bid. So here's the thing, right? Semis are strong today. AMD's weak. AMD's still your largest SOXX weighting in the indices. So you got to watch AMD today because if the semis stay strong and then AMD starts to firm up, that's what could push the SOXX and Qs a little bit higher um, off of the tape. So the question is, will AMD catch any sort of a bounce today, or are we going to see it just stay relatively weak at the lows here? So that's what I'm watching for. Right now, AMD does look like it probably wants to sweep this 149 zone, just from my opinion. But yeah, I think AMD's probably, before it even gets a bounce, it's probably going to want to sweep this area. That's what it looks like to me. So I see AMD below 150 today. You even have this other little pivot down here, which is kind of a double bottom zone for AMD, but not looking too good for advanced micro devices here. But we'll see if it wants to get a bid. You are coming into a little bit of a high volume green candle reversal zone, but I would I would definitely think that it has a chance to sweep that low pivot liquidity. And then you got a big gap fill down below. I would do a buy here into this gap fill for a nice day trade long. So, but AMD does look like a short continuation. It looks like a short to pop. It's tough when it's down a few percentage points, but does look like a short to pop. All right, you're seeing some mixed price action in some steel stocks. Nucor, that's down on the tape just a little bit. Unity Software is also seeing a little bit of distribution. So Nucor gapping down, also looking pretty bearish. You do have some support here off of this green candle impulse move, EMA 113. So you could get a minor bounce. So Unity Software seeing a little bit of sell side pressure this morning. Interesting. SoFi's green, Palantir's green, QuantumScape green, SMCI green, American Airlines greens, S&PS green, Apple just hanging on, Pfizer green, Rivian green. All right, so no other headlines that I'm seeing other than a few of IONQ, NVIDIA, Intel, a couple biotech ones. Costco deep dive there. Nucor shares are trading lower after the company issued Q3 GAAP EPS guidance below estimates. So Nucor under some pressure this morning because of Q3 GAAP EPS guidance below their estimates. Okay. So this one actually sets up a bit of an intraday short, guys. Nucor, we saw what I'll pull up a comparison chart, but let me throw this picture in the chat here. So when we saw the last guidance that we saw was this ALK, right? And look what happened to ALK. You got that hard downward move. And when we just look at ALK, where it kind of um, guidance revision, I marked it on my chart here. So this is the type of a move that a guidance revision can give you, is that obviously ALK was falling and it made that guidance revision low that I marked on the chart. Then you had an intraday bounce and then they just started bleeding and selling it off all session long. So starting off Monday here, you push, it went all the way down. Monday low was right around here, this area here. So you can see that even from the guidance, that initial news release of the guidance, ALK fell about 4% intraday. So if we can see a similar move off of a very similar revision down on guidance, Nucor, let's mark down the low on Nucor. So you can see Nucor has that initial reaction to the downside. We'll just put that here. Earnings revision. So right now, this does look like another short to pop. It could still fall easily another 1%. And if we go back to the regular trading session, so this one's actually a top short idea for me, guys. I know it's not hyped up right now in the news because you're getting so much attention from NVIDIA, but I don't mind trading stocks that aren't really hyped up. You know, when there's an opportunity off of and this is a news play, but when there's an opportunity, I think that we can definitely short this. And again, this is a weak stock in a strong market, right? So we could easily sweep even this pivot here. We could definitely do a sweep of that pivot. So that's actually a top short idea. I would wait for a small bounce and then we can look for a scalp short. Let me do this here. Just want to make this a little bit smaller for resistance. Isolate this in a little bit. That's your gap. So there might be a short back if we retest this gap fill intraday. We'll watch that. We will watch that quite carefully. Atlassian to acquire DX for 1 billion in cash and restricted stock. Deal does not change Atlassian. So ticker TEAM, a little bit of acquisition news. Typically is dilutive for a stock. 1 billion in cash. So right now it's popping up a little bit. You've seen quite a bit of insider selling as well in TAM, but it hasn't been anything that's worth noting, but there has been. Let me see what else we got going on here. Spruce Point. Coherent and Udia partner, powerful fully AI, blah, 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 blah. Guys, look at this US dollar putting some pressure. The IWM has given up pretty much the majority of its gains. The Dixie is flying, absolutely flying. UUP this morning is going to gap up. Again, I'm still long UUP with quite a bit of cash in this position. I love the dollar down here. So I issued this alert to the live trading room and I was sitting through a lot of volatility off of the initial dump and then pump. But I'm long UUP off the 2713 area with quite a, I hate to admit it, but it's a big cash position just sitting in the dollar. I feel like my cash wasn't doing anything other than just sitting, and the dollar was into a really big area. We bought right into that gap fill. This one's gapping up quite nicely. The dollar is looking like it's trying to make a bit of a reversal here, ladies and gents. You know, you still got quite a bit of work to do on the weekly chart, but it's trying here. You look at the markets, and the markets have sold off from the highs intraday. So let's look at the IWM in the pre-market here. Right now it is still gapping up to 240, but it has softened up off of the highs quite a bit, as well as the S&P 500 has softened up quite a bit from the highs. Look at the S&P 500. They actually went to fill its gap. That is crazy, right? We look at ES here to get a cleaner tape without any pre-market data. Um, Yeah, ES coming in hard, guys. Coming in hard on ES off of the highs. Take a look at the trend line that we tapped in the futures market. There's a really, really cool one here. So if you draw a trend line from your pivot low in October 2023 to kind of your pivot pierce here in 2024 to your pivot low here in 2025, this was your breakdown point. We just tapped that today to a T. And look at the hard rejection. Pretty filthy rejection there. That's for sure. All right, let's keep scrolling through to see what else we can do here. Again, I'm looking at my top ideas so far, guys. IONQ short. Just like yesterday, nothing really changed. A little bit of news has come out. Popped the stock. It is getting faded off the highs. I think this one's due for still a big correction. And then basically Nucor. I think Nucor we can also get a little bit of a short to pop. Intel, I think there's a long level if we retrace a bit lower, and then there's also a short level, which we'll watch both ends of the spectrum. But I like Intel for a retrace to 2950-ish. Aggressive buyers can step in around this 31 Pierce level, but I'm more inclined to be a little bit more conservative with that. Again, China stocks are certainly showing some distribution today. Just seeing what else we got going on. Still think that there's a strong chance these markets can get faded off of the highs. Tesla right now at 0.4. Your SMH is pumping. That's up 2.85. So clear concentration of capital right flowing back into semiconductors. Wow. ASML just a beast today as well. Up 6.79%. Crazy. Nat gas, gold has gone negative. But look at the gap up on ASML. 931 coming into a major pivot. Hmm. Very cool. Just scrolling through the charts. Another semiconductor that's really struggling here is ARM. ARM is not liking the investment in Intel. That is clear. PME is coming down a little bit. So China under some near-term pressure. What's this OCGN doing? Ocugen Inc., a little bit of a pharma, gapping up this morning. Yeah, that's a mover. That one could still squeeze higher. A little tough to trace that gap up, but could get above 150 off of a squeeze. All right, what else we got shaking and moving? Let's see. Just want to do something here on my other screen. So the markets are still acting well, but definitely a hotter than expected Philly Fed manufacturing number, a hotter than expected job loss claims now, or sorry, better than expected job loss claims, pumping up the dollar. Hmm. All right, let me see what else here. Elect 650. Starts to bottom here. It could be a pretty crazy market. The Fed was clear yesterday on a couple things. Very interesting Fed meeting. Unity Software getting absolutely demolished here, guys. Take a look at ticker U, down 6% and falling to the downside. Downside. Rockets in flight. Afternoon delight. Nasty little print there. So it's quite a bit of mixed price action across the board today. A lot of capitals chasing and rotating. Wow, look at AEO. Above $20 on American Eagle. That is filthy. That is downright filthy. Crazy. Tempted to short it. Very tempting. Let's look at Rocket Labs, RKLB. Yeah, Rocket Labs is trying to stage a bit of a bounce here. Not too bad. Not too bad. Ticker UP. Seeing a little bit of a bid here. Participating. So Oracle slightly negative in the pre-market, despite the strength across the tape. One of my favorite stocks, guys, heading into 2026. I'm going to keep pounding the table on this one. EXEL. It can be volatile, but it's one of my favorite stocks. Actually, I still have quite a lot of favorites. There's a lot of value buys. Let's see if we can squeeze BBAI today as well. That one is looking pretty saucy here. I mean, look at this. Confirming the daily chart breakout, gapping up today right into that 50-day. I mean, that's looking strong as well. Strong, strong, strong. GDX has gone negative. So, interestingly enough, guys, why are yields bouncing when we just cut rates? Gotta ask yourself that question. I know why. Powell said it himself. Why are yields bouncing when we just cut rates? What is the bond market saying? All right. So we got to watch that because I do think the market was pricing in yields to fall even more, but now yields seem to be hitting technical support and bouncing. And the Dixie. Gold could still soften up a little bit. All right, we will go split screen mode. We got 10 minutes here. 10 minutes. Let's look at S&P 500. You know what? I'm gonna watch the Qs at the open this morning because the Qs are your stronger ETF, and more of the concentrated capital is flowing into your Qs. So I'll put the Qs up here. And then, what a move, eh? What a clinical move. To show you, we have pulled in from the highs quite a bit. 596 tap on the Qs. It's a big, big level. Big level. GCTS, that's moving. China is under pressure today. Okay, so I'm watching a few things here, guys. I got Nucor on watch for a short continuation. I got IONQ. Let's look at the S&P here. Uh, So look at the S&P, barely above that high. They've gotten really faded. We'll actually keep the SPY open here. I like trading SPY. We'll keep it open. US dollar's still trying to push. All right, 8 minutes till the open. I'm looking at fading a couple names. Intel, we'll keep that obviously on watch. Other than that, we'll see how the market shapes up. But it's looking like it looks like this market's gapping and cracking, just from my opinion. Maybe they push us up back to 663 on SPY, but in and around this 663, I think is a decent short opportunity. Wow, Nucor getting slammed. Slammed. All right, let me just grab something to drink and then we'll settle in here. All right, we are ready to rock and roll here. Got news feed up. So yesterday was a very successful day, and we'll see if we can make another positive day today. Markets are about to open here. We do have the QQQ still the strongest, leading the charge up 0.81%. Oh, sorry, IWM is actually the strongest, 0.83% up on the session. Testing pre-market low is around 240.22 for the Russell. We'll see if it wants to break and violate that level. I'm looking at fading IONQ, just common shares off of the open. Hoping it gets back above 69 plus. So I'm going to go in with a half position short. But that is an area. And then also Nucor. All right, guys, markets are open here. At the S&P. Oh my goodness, it hit that 69 level there on IONQ. What a beast, eh? I did not get a fill, but that was a big level. Gold still falling here. Crude oil trying to shake and move. Nvidia up 2.3. Intel's getting faded a little bit. It's still up 25, but definitely getting faded on Intel. IWM starting to come in. S&P 500 coming in. Interesting. NFE, Novo's ripping today. Tesla's still green. RCAT down sharply on the session. Look at IONQ coming in. Damn. IWM softening up a little bit. QQQ still leading the charge right now. Oh, close up nicely. This Altimmune, guys, is trying to break out to the high side. So ALT, come on, ALT. Pump it, biotech. We'll see what happens there. Flip back to IONQ. You still have the S&P 500 chopping around. IWM is breaching pre-market low, ladies and gents. IWM is coming in hot. We are seeing it distribute down here. So your Russell is starting to get a little bit of a buy actually off a pre-market low. Open door is down 1.67%. Big Bear still trying to show some strength. CDNS, that's still strong. SMCI still green. Snapchat and Marvell are absolutely ripping to the upside here. IONQ catching a fat bid yet again. Rigetti's up nicely. Nvidia's still up 2.8. Intel has been faded here. Take a look at INTC. That's coming under a little bit of pressure this morning off of the highs, but still acting quite well. Let's see what we got here. Hopefully, hopefully we get an entry onto this IONQ. I'm looking at fading SPY as well above this into the 663 zone. IONQ, I'm still interested, but waiting patiently. Snapchat and Marvell are absolutely moonshotting here. We are long and strong. Take a look at this LDI, guys. Touch base on that last night with members. That one is under a lot of pressure, down 5% now on LDI. Crazy. Micron strong this morning. Broadcom catching a bid. BABA still falling. Nasty. Nasty, nasty. Come on, S&P. Give us an entry. Give us an entry into something. I'm just waiting patient here. I'm looking at IONQ common shares here short. Very. The next spike through 69, I will be looking to enter shares short on IONQ. I repeat. S&P 500 still acting well. Nucor coming in. Tesla still trying to push up. Plug Power is negative. Nvidia still up 2.88%. Your Dixie just printed a new high of day. Filthy. SOXS is down sharply on the session. Nasty decline there on the SOXS. Your SOXX, a big monstrous gap up to the high side with the strength in Nvidia and Intel. SOXX has a bit of a double top sweep here coming into play, so it does suggest that we have a little bit more upside. So you can see semiconductor SOXX probably wants to take out the high. I would like to potentially short that area. Let it sweep that double top. So I would look for a long at SOXS when that hits that area, guys. So S&P 500 still acting decently well here. Let me flip to this chart here. Again, let the SOXX make a new high, and that is your sweep. But your US dollar is just flying here, guys. Absolutely flying to the high side. Making money on UUP. Beautiful. Altimmune, guys. Another little high speculation trade. That one is trying to make a little bit of a run and breakout, showing some beautiful momentum right now. ALT, Altimmune. Trying at least to get above that 50 and breaking out potentially. IONQ, I'm still waiting. BMNR having a monster bid. Look at SBET. SBET has had a huge bid to the upside here now. Wow. Crazy, eh? Crazy moves. How much is SBET going to squeeze here? Can SBET get to 19 bucks today, guys? Can SBET get to $19? Squeeze it. I'm still watching IONQ. I like it for above that $69 area, even maybe 69.30-ish. Can SBET squeeze to 19 and get our $19 calls in the money? That would be nice to see. SBET and crypto are squeezing. All right, guys, I'm taking a stab at IONQ short. I am taking a stab here. 69.46. 69.46. I'm short IONQ. I repeat, I'm short half position common shares IONQ 69.46. Half position, guys. 69.46. It's even squeezing higher than that. That's okay though. That is okay. My next ad on IONQ would be around this news pop high. All right, S&P is coming into a little bit of resistance here. We'll see what the SOX is doing. SOX is still trying to press for that previous all-time high sweep. Still have strength in NVIDIA. NVIDIA has softened just a little bit. Intel still up 26. Big Bear up 1. Tesla's getting faded here. So I am short IONQ common shares. We traded IONQ successfully yesterday. We're going back to the cookie jar yet again. Guys, look at this Ultimmune ALT. Come on, take our calls in the money. $4 calls are starting to rip here. Look at ALT up 8.12%. Trying to make a run here. Yes, it is. Your Dixie's still trying to squeeze here. Your dollar is ripping. Oracle down 1.7%. Interesting. A little bit of some stocks are getting faded here for sure, guys. We are seeing some stocks getting faded. S&P 500 running into a little bit of sell side pressure. Wiki. IWM is still holding off of its pre-market low. That's a little interesting. China stocks are still under a bit of pressure. IONQ still chopping around, trying to still push with the market. The market's still holding up. Again, I still have a little bit of a higher short level on this major indices. I think SPY and stocks can still go a touch higher, although they're extended. I'm just being conservative with the indices. I think there's much better plays in individual names. SMCI has turned negative. Snapchat and Marvell are still ripping. Wow. Look at the moves in Snap. Beautiful. Stunning move in Snapchat, guys. I love it. I absolutely love it. That's crazy, eh? That is crazy. IONQ going for another little run higher. Trying to push. Let's see what the SPY is doing. SPY is only up 0.4%. QQQ up 0.79. Your Russell still your best performing indice. S&P 500 still holding near the highs here. Big rejection there on IONQ. I love it. I love it a lot. Come on down, baby. Come on down. I did take a bit of profits on Snapchat calls, guys. 1/3 of my options trade was just trimmed here. 1/3 of the position was trimmed. Tesla's gone negative. NIO still negative. BBI still green. Beam is up 13.6. Open barely positive, but trying to maintain structure. Intel still up 22%, but that's been faded from the highs. Nice rejection here in the overall equity market. A really solid rejection. Guys, our Ultimune calls are in the money. Look at this. Beautiful. ALT, a high speculation long. What an absolute beast. What a beast, guys. I am selling my September 19th ALT calls. I repeat, those $4 calls are in the money. Still have the Octobers. I repeat, but what a monster pop there. Nice 100% banger there on ALT. Nice trade. And we still have ALT into the October timeframe, but I just took profits on the September $4 calls. Those absolutely went in the money. Nice pop today at the highs. A little bit of sell side pressure, but that was a good little trade there. So beautiful job on ALT if you caught that with us, options traders. Those were cheap contracts. We entered at 5 cents. I got exited at 10 cents on the September calls. The ask was all the way at 15 cents, so nice little 100% banger there. Good to see. And again, we did take about 57% profit on our Snapchat calls. Still very bullish Snapchat, but I think the markets are a little extended here. Look at IONQ, guys, coming in hot. IONQ is coming in hot. We are ripping this short apart. Beautiful. S&P 500 coming in hot. Dixie, wow, look at the US dollar just ripping, guys. Holy moly. Not only are we making money on IONQ, but we're making money on this UUP long. Absolutely ripping. Huge decline there in the equity market, guys. Nice profits. Come on. I want to see if we can get a TP target back to at least prior day low on IONQ, if not negative. I think IONQ can basically come back to its gap fill, but I'm looking for a prior day high trim zone. But look at the market coming in with full force. Full force. S&P 500 appearing for a gap and crack. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Here we go. Here we go. Things are getting real interesting here. They gap it up and they get everyone bulled up again. Come on, IONQ, print it. Print it. Full run trip there for SBET. Let's look at AMD. AMD, yeah, did sweep that low. How's Intel doing? Intel still holding steady. Intel's holding steady. Quite a bit of distribution. Ultimune, if you didn't take an exit with me, ALT, September 19th, $4 calls are back in the money again, guys. ALT is squeezing, absolutely squeezing to the upside here. That's a nice little trade on Ultimune there. I like it a lot. Couple inch IONQ is printing to the downside. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Amazing session here already, starting off with some bangers. Our October $4 Ultimune calls are somewhere between the range of, they're close to up 100% on the ask. They're well over 100% on the ask, actually. But look at IONQ, guys. That was our top short idea in the session, and it is knifing to the downside. Would not be surprised if it went negative. This buy the rumor, sell the news type of a pop. But wow. I mean, it is looking pretty filthy here across the board. Semiconductors are still holding steady. Your tech is holding steady. It's really certain aspects of the market that are not. But look at Snapchat, guys. We have been pounding the table on Snapchat as well. We are long into 2026. And look at that beautiful breakout on Snapchat. You have Marvell absolutely flying to the high side, basically recovering almost its entire gap fill. Truly, truly impressive how stocks can move, guys. Wow. But Snapchat is going to be a filthy winner for us heading into 2026. We've already taken some profits in this market on swing trades. We're deep in the money here on our IONQ short. What a beast, guys. We're already printing. I'm looking for, again, a $3 trim here. I'll trim half of my IONQ off of that prior day high. Huge, huge winner here. Again, this is the same setup that we had yesterday on IONQ. A gap up and a fade. We printed on IONQ yesterday, and now we're also printing today. I love it. Absolutely love it, guys. Let me take my S&P 500 still coming in just a touch here. You got China equity still under pressure. Open doors turn negative. BABA down 2.5. Lululemon still up nicely. Duolingo up 3%. Okta making a nice move. Dragonfly's green. SC's green. PayPal getting faded. Snapchat Marvell still beast. Ethereum down on the session. Bitcoin still positive. Nat gas getting faded. Apple's negative. Still have Tesla strong. Sorry, Tesla's up 0.2. Meta up 1.3. Google up 0.7. Apple negative. Microsoft negative. Nvidia getting faded off the highs. Amazon really struggling here in the tape. Rigetti up 4. BMNR still up 6. RR up 8.2. Good morning, RAM. AMD still down 3.98%. Looking like it wants to rip to the lows. Again, everyone should have been able to make some money with us today already. Whether you took profits off of the IONQ short, I'm still looking for more. I'm going to be greedy. Your S&P 500 getting a really fat candle. Again, I do have a major short level on SOX. SOXX still needs to come into play. But right off of the bat, swing trade side, we took 100% off of these ALT calls. Absolutely filthy, filthy, filthy breakout here on Altimmune, guys. Literally, that could squeeze. We took the $4 September calls off the table. We're still writing $4 October calls. Those are up over 100%. SPHR, Sphere. I'm getting alert on Sphere. What is happening with Sphere? Let's see. Sphere is absolutely moonshotting here to the upside. One-way freight train. Who gonna stop me? Wow. Nice money on LDI. That's a great gap down on LDI today. I like that a lot as well. I like it. I like it a lot. Interesting. Looking at the IWM. IWM is still trying to bounce here, but getting a little bit lofty. Here comes your SOXX, guys. I want to short the heck out of semiconductors very soon here intraday, but we are waiting for what? We are waiting for an all-time high sweep. We got $1.15 to go here. Coming into a massive double top for your semiconductors. That is the level that I am looking to get short off of. It is coming up very soon here. Your S&P 500 is still trying to push. Altimmune is up 14.29%. and ripping, guys. Our $4 October calls are flying. S&P 500 trying to go for another high push here. Crazy, crazy mover. Absolutely crazy. But IONQ working out quite well. I'm still looking for a trim target of around $3 per a share. That would be a nice gain. S&P 500 right back to the highs. Crazy. Dollar taking a little bit of a breather. Snapchat's still pumping. BBAI is green. BMNR is still trying to move. QBTS still strong. Palantir up 3.43%. Tesla turning back to the positive side. Lululemon starting to make another move higher. Nvidia is still up 2% but off of the highs. Archer Aviation trying to make a move. Ethereum still negative despite strength in your Ethereum treasury plays. Solar stocks are under a little bit of pressure this morning. Semiconductors, Intel starting to soften up. Come on, drop this IONQ like a frickin' rock. Marvell and Snapchat, oh my goodness, what beasts. Absolute filthy beasts. But Snapchat, that is going to be a winner for us into 2026. I'm telling you, today's trim was just a little bit of a teaser. A little bit of a teaser. Oracle still down 2%. Figure up 7%. Micron up 4. SBET up 5. MSTR up 2.95%. Interesting. Very, very interesting. MSTR trying to also make a move intraday here. Can crypto stocks break out here? Come on, MSTR. Push it. Looks like a pretty solid technical level for MicroStrategy. Trying to break out to the upside. Intel starting to see a little bit of sell side pressure. Palantir still absolutely ripping. SPY has a little bit of top wick distribution. Let's look at RR here. RR still looking strong. How's Nucor? Nucor was a short if we got a pop. Actually, Nucor now is into a bit of an aggressive short level. So this is your earnings revision. Yeah, Nucor is into a decent potential short level. Interesting. IONQ trying to catch a little bit of a buy the dip bid. Nucor down 4.46, but it still looks like a short. Trying to hold that daily chart EMA. Let's look at AMD if that's a short setup. Still have SOX are trying to push up a little bit more, seeing a little bit of top book distribution. IWM seeing a little bit of distribution from the highs. AMD also potentially a short here. It's an aggressive level, but AMD is looking like it could get faded here. Interesting. Ultimmune now at 15%, guys, and ripping. Look at this biotech ALT absolutely moonshotting to the upside. Amazing trade. If you took that options alert with us. And again, I don't always often issue two different strike dates, but basically we took two different strike dates in this particular ticker, and there's a couple reasons why, but we won't go over those now. But already netting 100% on the September calls. Beautiful job. S&P 500 is getting heavier here. We are seeing it under a little bit of pressure. AMD again is into an aggressive 153 short zone. If you're wanting to fade AMD, you can use this as your high pivot. The recent high pivot is your stop loss, but AMD puts look interesting here, especially if the market comes in. The only concerning thing is that SOX hasn't hit my upside level, but it is starting to come in here, SOX. Starting to come in quite nicely. Interesting. Let's look at Intel again. If that Intel is also into an area that you could potentially explore shorting. Oh, that's the wrong ticker. and using that high pivot as your stop loss. So there's some pretty defined risk zones in some of these names. LDI under a lot of pressure. EXEL, WDC still pushing. Micron still acting well. Neo pushing. IWM still acting well. Yeah, market can go lower, but I still think that there's a chance that semis want to sweep the highs. But we'll see what happens here. We'll see what happens. But yeah, I agree. The markets are looking like they're going to gap and crack today. It looks like they will gap and crack. All right, guys, I'm going to short Intel here. I am going to short Intel INTC 3102, 3102 fill. My stop loss on Intel is going to be, just give me a second here. So you can get a better fill than me right now. My stop loss is going to be around 3152 10-minute close. 3152 10-minute close stop on Intel. I am going to look for a short on that. So INTC, I'm short 3102. Definitely. Short 3102. All right. So I'm short IONQ. I am short Intel. Both are common share trades. Basically, my stop loss will be a 10-minute close above this little wick here. IONQ still under a little bit of pressure. Your S&P 500 still acting well. SOX is still trying to make a move here. So again, this is a risky business trade for Intel. It's your stronger semi. IWM getting a fat candle to the upside right now. Fat candle. Oof. Look at this ALT. I mean, what a beast. What a beast. I'm telling you. Dixie's still taking a bit of a breather. Trying to come in. Your S&P 500 is still trying to press to the highs. Still short IONQ. Intel trying to make a little bit of a move higher. S&P 500 grinding. You do have your semiconductors still trying to push for that 267.15. Yeah, pre-market high is much higher. But you're going to be looking to sweep the semiconductor high, SOXX. That's where it looks like it wants to go. So that's why I haven't shorted SPY. I've been picking on individual names. Our Ultimune trade is up 16.1%, ripping still. Come on. Take it to 450 today. So 3102. Whoops. Let's just draw that in here. I'm going to have to step away sooner than usual. I have a little bit of a personal matter to attend, but I'm okay with watching these. Come on, Intel. Semiconductors are still grinding to that target. I have a really solid short level on the overall market, but it's a touch higher. I'm hoping we actually get there and push. I'm hoping we get there. Come on, Intel. S&P is still at the highs of the tape, guys. Semiconductors are still pushing. So again, I'm going to go over it one more time. SOXX. Where do I want to short it? 267.15 Pierce. That would be a sweep of what? Your all-time high double top. That's where they're trying to take this market. The liquidity is sitting all up there. They want to capture that bearish high pivot reversal short zone. That's what they want to do. I'm going to look to accumulate a position in SOXS off of that vicinity. So into double top. Double top is ideal. A sweep of that is even better. Q still acting well. S&P 500 is ripping to the upside right now. We are still seeing some strength creeping back into this market. You have your major indices pushing, really pushing to the upside here. Oracle still struggling immensely. Lululemon doing well. Duolingo still doing well. CDNS doing well. Archer Aviation still pushing. Solar stocks still struggling. Snapchat still up 5.76%. Marvell up 4.68%. UNH trying to catch a bid. CNC trying to catch a bid. Everything is catching a bid here with the major indices. You still have S&P 500 absolutely ripping to the high side. Your IWM is ripping to the high side. This is why I've stayed away from shorting your S&P 500 because your SOX does look like it wants to push for that previous little high pivot. Your Dixie has softened just a little bit. Gold down, nat gas down, crude oil up, Bitcoin up 1 point or close to 1%. Mega cap techs that's struggling. Amazon, Microsoft, and Apple are still down. Netflix is struggling, but you are seeing some buy side strength coming into SPY. SPY is getting close to a short. So is your semiconductors. Your semiconductors are getting extremely close. IONQ right back to the highs. Interesting price action, guys. SOX is so close. Come on, push it up to that all-time high. You're so close, SOX. A few pennies away, and we're getting there. Come on, SOXX is almost there, guys. We got Intel still softening here. Look at this SOXX. It is trying to push your S&P 500, trying to push. We are so close here. We are so close. Intel's still trying to hold steady. Look at them trying to squeeze this market. Semiconductors are ripping. Semiconductors are ripping. No, I like Intel. It's a lower priced equity enough to just buy common shares short. That way I have time. I don't have to worry about the time aspect. But here we go, guys. Here we absolutely go. Big sweep. We are going to sweep Let it do it. Intel's still trying to make a move. IONQ still off of that vicinity. We are now approaching that double top. All right, guys, I'm going to have to step away, but that's pretty much a double top kiss there. You might get a sweep, but that is an area that looks very, very good, I think, to short off of. We should see a rejection off of that area, but hitting official double top all-time high on your semis. There we go. We just crossed it there. We just crossed it. I'll be back for the afternoon stream, but we'll see what happens off of that area. All right, guys, so we have just seen this market absolutely enter beast mode. Been trending throughout the course of the session. Small pullback, but big bounce. I just entered some SPY 0 DTE puts, entering that message to the chat. Basically, all morning I have been trimming a bunch of my long exposure in this market. I have closed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different long positions in this tape and trimming a couple other ones. So I think, again, the prudent thing to do in this market is continue to take profits if the market gives you it. I still have a bunch of long exposure on the table, but quite a few more key short positions starting to be accumulated. S&P 500 still trying to shrug off. I'm still short IONQ. Did take a little bit of a loss on Intel this morning. That one did stop me out basically after this 10-minute close. It is coming in as we speak. Does look like SPY could potentially go for another new high of day press. Nvidia is trading into a bit of resistance here. Dixie's still flagging sideways. SOXS is very extended, your SOX ETF. China equities are still under pressure. Tesla's still negative, AMD still negative. Crypto stocks acting very well. We did take profits over 110% on our MSTR calls. So nice job if you were able to take that option trade with us. Beautiful breakout. Almost getting our calls in the money, but netting a nice 360%. Sorry, 110% on MSTR. Really solid trade. I like it. What else should I be pairing back here? Let's see. Your IWM is trying to sweep that high from yesterday. Pretty impressive price action for your Russell. Very impressive price action. Nice little decline there on the S&P 500. Come on. Give us more. IONQ has been very choppy. IWM is still trying to push. Very strong price action. Snapchat. Beautiful job there. BMNR slipped 7%. Palantir 4.2. Uranium stocks are still pressing here. Uranium trying to make another little high push. Small caps are still trying to press a little bit more. Gold still down. Nat gas is down 3.7. Really hard down day for nat gas. You did have a little bit of a collapse on the inventory. You do have in 6 minutes, 7 minutes or so, you have your 10-year tips auction. So it's a pretty big event. But basically, nat gas had a build of 90 billion. So an extra 10 billion build in natural gas really saw that decline. Sharp decline. Putting in a potential little M-top formation on IONQ here. Hasn't triggered just yet, but could be the start of a bearish formation for IONQ. So we've been very active on the swing trade side with members. I think it's pretty prudent to definitely keep trimming some of your profits in this tape. Seeing China equities softening up a little bit more. BABA down 2.3. NEO seeing some sell side pressure. Semiconductors is seeing some selling. IWM still at the highs of the tape. You're seeing a pretty hard rejection in your semiconductors. SOXX is seeing a hard little sell candle here. Certain semiconductors are seeing a bit of distribution. I still remain short IONQ, which we are up on the trade. But I've been patient with this one, just common shares, so I'm looking for a move back to the negative side or into its gap fill. I will swing this one overnight if it doesn't hit target. IWM still very strong. Your Dixie softening a little bit more. How is TTD today? Yeah, TTD looking a little bit more bearish in the near term. Starting to come down yet again. Interesting. How's Humana? Looking at some of these other names. Interesting. Look at this LDI, guys. I mean, isn't that clinical? That's some beautiful price action. Shorting it yesterday, dropping like a rock. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. And I have to say, I'm officially a bear. MicroStrategy, that was a beautiful breakout. Still holding some commons in MSTR. AI, a nice move today. First Solar ARM still under a lot of pressure. ARM. S&P 500 trying to make another push. Look at that big wick on ARM though. Wow. Crazy. Mare up 9%. GameStop muted. SMCI slightly green. EVTOL stocks are trying to catch a little bit more of a move now. S&P 500 still structurally looking a little bit bullish. You have your IWM still holding at the highs. IONQ yet again trying to make a push. Fubo Snapchat is still a beast. Intel still up 27%. Silver catching a little bit of a bid today. Bouncing off of the lows. Yep. Abercrombie and Fitch doing well today. How's AEO again? AEO, that's coming in a little bit from the highs. Abercrombie and Fitch trying to push a little bit higher. Interesting. Lyft has gone negative. Uber up a couple percent. This SNPS is a beast, still just pushing. Micron having a solid day today. Lululemon still strong today. How's Hershey? Yeah, Hershey back testing the 7-day and aggressive buy zone for Hershey. IONQ trying to make another move yet again. What a monster. S&P 500 yet again pushing. So interestingly enough, you have semis seeing a little bit of sell side pressure while the S&P 500 trying to grind, but there's a little bit of a rejection candle on SPY. What if this is a big head and shoulders? Imagine this turned out to be a liquidity trap. Imagine they took SPY negative today. It would not be in everyone's cards, except for mine. But don't be surprised if they want to sell SPY. That would not shock me at all. It would not shock me. Look at this little head and shoulders forming intraday. It hasn't triggered, but the thing that I'm observing in SPY, see if they do that. So SPY is putting in a low, higher low, higher low, lower low, intraday, high, lower high, potentially another lower high. They are squeezing the IWM. All right, so we are seeing the markets coming under a little bit of pressure. If someone could do me a favor, um, I just want to verify something. But basically, I got a few different charts open here, a couple different brokerages. On TradingView, I see this SOX previous pivot high here. I'm just trying to verify what everyone else's previous pivot high is displaying. So this pivot high is saying it's 264.69 on this TradingView chart. But then I have another chart showing it as 267.25. So if someone can verify what they see on their chart for the previous weekly high on SOXX, that's going back to July 2024. It's really odd. I got two charts telling me different things, which I don't like. I do not, and it's by a pretty big degree. So if someone can tell me what their chart is showing, the value as your previous all-time high, does it align with this one here? Still seeing the Dixie curling down. Cannot see anything before 12 months in terms of the last 12 months. Really? Seeing a little bit of sell side pressure hitting your semiconductors. So this is where the weakness in the markets and profit taking is certainly being priced in. We've had an extraordinary run. So the fact that we're seeing a bit of profit taking in your semis should not be surprising. Your Russell 2000 is still absolutely running to the upside here. So IWM has not softened up at all. Just float and grind. Crazy, eh? Really crazy. Oh, club 15%, 14.8. That's insane. No worries, man. At least you checked. Thank you for checking. Thank you for checking and trying. Peter, 267.14. Thank you, Peter. All right, so 267.14 there. Really weird, eh? Really weird. Like, just look at this. Look at this. So what's crazy is I got a couple different TradingView accounts, but this high pivot that I'm seeing from, oh, now is July 1st, eh? Interesting. I do actually have that one on my other chart, the 267 one. 267. Yep, I do have that one on my one time frame. Uh, 264.69, which is well off. Well off. Weird. It's very weird, actually. So my one chart aligns with your level, Peter. My other chart does not. It's kind of interesting. Don't know why. Maybe there's a setting I have to look into, but it's the first time I've ever seen a discrepancy like that. But my other chart that I'm looking at does show the exact same level that you just pointed, so. Monthly chart? Let's look at the monthly. Yeah, I still got the same there. It's different, right? It's really weird. Not too sure why. All right, so your S&P is still just trying to trickle down a little bit here. Nvidia's still strong. Russell's still strong. Microsoft, Apple, a little bit fragile. Tesla's looking weak. Google still acting well. Meta's still acting very well. Amazon's still acting well. But your S&P 500 is seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. The big thing was, will we see the IWM give back some of these gains? It's trading, trying to sweep that high volume reversal candle yesterday. Pretty impressive move in the Russell. Very impressive, actually. All right, come on, SPY. Chop it down. Chop it down. Still short IONQ, and we're still in some S&P 500 puts on the session. Again, I took profits on MSTR today. I trimmed some BBAI calls today. I took some ALT, Altimmune profits today after this spike. I took a little bit of a loss on Marvell, selling out of those farther dated calls. I do like it still, but I'll look to re-enter that at a little bit cheaper. Took some profits on Snapchat today. And then we have accumulated quite a few names. But Snapchat's running on basically launching their first consumer product, right? So their Snapchat glasses or spectacles, whatever you want to call them, but that's pretty much why Snapchat's running. So huge volume down here. And that's one that we've been accumulating in down here, right? So off of that $7 area, a really nice move. I'm still very bullish. Even with this run, we should at least fill that gap. Can't believe nuclear stocks are running as much as they are. It's been crazy. This market is on some next level. It's like they've injected some sort of a stimulus with this rate cut. Ugh. I gotta eat some lunch. I'm just gonna go heat up my lunch. Got some leftovers. SOX is catching a bid. I still want IONQ to come into this gap or prior day highs. My first trim gap fill would be better. Your SPY is just slowly trickling down, still holding up well in the session. It is your weaker indice. I haven't looked at RSP today. Likely you are getting a broad market participation just with what I'm seeing across the tape. Yeah, RSP doing well today. IWM 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 consecutive green candles. Yep, 9 consecutive green candles in the Russell. It is still shaking and moving. I just want to take a peek at some of the insider transactions. We have been all over these insider moves here. It's crazy. Crazy. All right, come on, Spy. Come on, Spy. We're still no selling in the Russell. Only have your S&P 500 stocks coming in just a touch here. No selling in the Russell. Rustle my feathers. EVI still up about 4%. CDNS up about 5. Octa's up 2. Nvidia is still trying to pump here. Here we go. Come on, break us down, S&P. Break us down. Chop, chop. Chop us down. Chop us down. Here we go. This is a big area, guys. What are we coming to test here? This is a big area. Let me show it to you on my other's chart here. If this triggers, nighty night for the market. Nighty night. Ooh, head and shoulders, knees and toes. Well, we're starting to come in a little bit. IWM seeing a little bit of sell side pressure, just a touch. All right, let me heat up my. So we're sitting right on that neckline, right, ladies and gents? We're sitting right on that neckline, and it's not a really strong neckline because of the angle and degree. So typically the steeper the neckline, the weaker it is. The flatter the neckline, the stronger it is. Hopefully you learn a little bit. It's a little bit of an insider technical trade. So it's kind of the opposite for support and resistance. The steeper the support line, the weaker it is. The steeper the resistance line, technically the stronger it is. Still trying to hold some support here. All right, is there anything that I'm seeing in the insider trading today? Let's see. Insiders. Dixie still softening. What do we got? A sale today. 2,500 shares. That's nothing. 650,000 value. That's not too much. That's a little bit of selling. Proposed sale 1.4 million, all of their shares, so an officer exiting their position. Sorry, I'm just like talking to myself here, guys, regarding these insider transactions while we manage this SPY trade. Again, TP1 is coming up. So we are starting to come down on the S&P 500 just a little bit. Come on, trigger that head and shoulders, knees and toes. Nvidia is starting to get a little bit heavier here. We are seeing the market starting to get a little bit weaker. Again, still some profit taking occurring. IWM still holding up very well, but starting to come in. Your Russell. decline on the S&P here. Come on, rip us. Rip us. Look at that decline, guys. Hitting some support there. We still have more to go. Come on. Take us. Look at that, baby. What the heck just happened there, eh? Who would have thought? We're up 100% on our puts there. Come on, a little bit more. Really knife us here. Knife us. IWM's barely sold off here. S&P 500. Come on. What a trade, guys. If you're wanting to take a little bit of profits, I'm still looking at trimming at that TP zone that I gave you. It's really close. Really, really close there. Nice banger of a trade. If you're wanting to trim a little bit, by all means, close enough, up 100% there. I'm still looking for more downside. I still think this market can sell off a little bit more, but that was a hard dump. Puts printed. Puts printed there. Come on. A little bit more. Again, you do have some 2-minute chart support. Nvidia is still getting a little bit heavier here. Come on. Still short IONQ. IWM still holding above that prior day high. I'm expecting the IWM to lose its PDH level. Here comes TP1, guys. Members, bang, right there. Boom, boom. Look at that. TP1 hit, trimmed at 39 cents. Huge trade. That's what I'm talking about. Still have runners left in place, move stops to break even. Or in the money if you prefer. I think we could still go down lower in this tape. Filthy little trade there. About 115% gain on SPY puts first trim. 115% gain on first trim. Oops. Did the same thing on YouTube. Hope you were all able to catch that there. Still looking for more though. We could easily go lower. This market is hyperextended. This market is still extended, but right into our TP level, guys, that I had there on the chart. Massive move. And just don't let the trade go against you. So my average is sitting at 18 cents. I'm going to let this ride because we have triggered that head and shoulders. So if we get the flush that I think the market is capable of, we could see, you know, a 500% trade here easily. You know, if we were to go down to gap fill, I don't even know what these contracts would be up, but they would be up huge. Huge. All right, I'm going to just grab my lunch quick. We'll monitor this trade. Thank you, thank you. I think there's still more downside. Looking at the market structure, your high, all-time high, lower high failed breakout. If we take out this low here, we're gonna waterfall. Still short IONQ. Still writing half of my SPY puts, but I trimmed the half there at TP1. Trade is basically risk-free. Stop loss in place. Come on down, S&P. Get these 662s in the money, baby. Come on. Crazy how we just so happened to stop right at our TP zone there. I mean, that was a nice level. So that level's been fulfilled. Next level, guys, is a sweep of this low pivot into prior day. But I'm going to let these 0DTs ride. I think that we could get a pretty sharp move down here. I mean, the markets, your semiconductors are starting to really soften up here. There's a lot of stocks. I'm telling you, man, when this market turns, if this market turns bearish and we go through a bear market, which we're so due, man, I love bear markets. I'm inherently bearish, just in nature, but like as a trader and investor. Um, that being said, it's tough, right, to always be bearish in this market because we've been just going up and to the right. But if we get a 2-year bear market, even a 1-year bear market, damn, there's a lot of money to be made. The amount of stocks that have stretched valuations in this stock market is just mind-blowing. It's crazy. There's way more short trades out there than long trades, in my opinion. Even though there's always long trades, there's just so many stocks that need to come down. I don't understand how they carry on a fundamental basis, even a technical, how they carry these. So I'm hoping, because the best thing for wealth creation is if you get a bear market and make money on the way down, and then you get stocks so cheap, much cheaper than what they are now, then you put that bear market capital to work and go long near the bottom or the lows at much better fundamental prices. I mean, crazy. But there are a lot of companies that are carrying some very sharp and steep valuations. Even good companies, not just companies that aren't making money, but even good companies are expensive. All right, come on, let's take our next leg lower. SPY, rip the band-aid off. That's been a nice little sell side candle. Let's basically see, this looks like an algorithmic sell. That looks like an algorithmic sell. So if we extrapolate the two moves together, we can see that we're likely going to be heading below prior day high. Just basically using, there's often sell programs in the market and buy programs. This was an institutional sell program. This was just like a weird little bip. This was an institutional sell program. This was just a light volume float into your lunch period. But notice how we're just sitting right on that target price that we covered into, took our first trim. We shorted SPY up here, waterfalled right into our target level. And they say sometimes lines on the screen don't work. Technical analysis. Well, yeah, there could be a short pump. I mean, the markets are frothing at the mouth at every turn to buy this dip. You still have unrelenting strength in small caps. IWM still up too. The market's still On a technical basis, on the daily and weekly time frame, we're still in a raging bull market, but at some point every market turns, right? Thanks, Mohammed. Just as a heads up, we have triggered a head and shoulders on the S&P 500. So there is a potential bearish pattern intraday that's trying to play out. You've triggered on the 5-minute chart. It's really a 5-minute pattern, nothing else. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Pullbacks can still be bought in this market, but there's just a lot of stretch names. You look at certain semiconductors, they're just absolutely crazy. Certain mega cap tech, like Nvidia's consolidating, that's healthy. It's kind of working itself through this price action, so I don't really want to see Nvidia push for new highs because then it starts to get stretched again. It needs to digest these earnings that it just had. Um, Apple's obviously had a nice breakout. That one still looks positive. Google needs some digestion, like that's pretty stretched. Meta's been going through consolidation recently, so that's not bad. Tesla's had a phenomenal breakout. Um, some people will say it's undervalued, some people will say it's overvalued. Based off of current earnings, it's overvalued. Based off of future potential, it's not overvalued, but stock market valuation as a whole is still a little stretched. Then you got a lot of cash cow burning companies that are just insane. I mean, names like Oklo, SMR, I mean, Open Door, you know, the list is thick. Ondas, Archer, Joby, they're carrying heavy valuations as well. There's a lot of names that are just shouldn't be where they are, but they're running on themes, right? Themes and momentum and FOMO. And FOMO is a powerful thing. All right, come on, Spy, take us down to the new lows. Again, we have TP2 around 661.40-ish. It would pierce that prior day high. Took a beating on Oklo, sold at 55 shares. Yeah, I'm in put options on Oklo. I got a few months on the clock though. But wow. I mean, just crazy. And to think Oklo is not a profitable company. Not a profitable company. Burns. But obviously uranium's been a hot trend, right? A hot commodity. But wow. Insane. Remarkable. You have to wonder where the hell does all this money come from? All right, your IWM is still holding up, but starting to curl slightly lower. It's still acting well. It's above its prior day high. Your S&P 500 potentially forming a little bit of an intraday bear flag as if it wants to go a little bit lower. Still short IONQ. I want them to run that one down. Your SOXX is coming in. Yeah, I got stopped out on my Intel this morning, but nice job. Your Intel shorts. Yeah, look at that decline. Doing a full round trip, right? That's what I was expecting. I was expecting a move. Um, but I got stopped out on. They whipped me out here. Closed me out. Retrace. Bang. But nice job if you held through that. Good stuff. So I did lose a little bit of money there on Intel. But that's okay. That is okay. But if you held through that, nice job. All right, your SPY chart continuing to trickle. Nvidia curling down, Micron curling down, IWM curling down. Your US dollar trying to potentially trigger a bit of a bull flag. Bit of a bull flag. So, how I'm going to play the rest of these SPY zeros, I have 20 contracts left at 18 cents, 662. My next trim target is here, a pierce of this prior day high, kind of right in this vicinity, a pierce, kind of 661.40 to 661.70. I'll trim 10 more contracts there, and then hopefully we get a continuation flush into the end of the session. I mean, time is ticking away, so theta is going against us right now, which is why I decided to lock in some profits. But I'm not going to let the trade go against me. But if we flush here, I'll trim another 10, and then I'll leave some late runners into the end of the session in hopes that we get kind of a waterfall sell-off. But that's a big if. That is a big if. We'll see what the S&P wants to do. It's got a mind of its own. This LDI, guys, continues to be underperforming in such a strong tape. Down 11%, 406 on deck. We did take those $4 puts yesterday based off of some insider activity and a couple other things. But nevertheless, what a drop. What a drop there. And it should have more downside. It should have more downside. You might get a little bit of pop here and there, but we should see this one break its 20-day there. I think that's very likely. I'm expecting some lower gaps to be filled on this chart here. You got some pretty crazy. I mean, you look at this high volume candle here, and I think they're going to at least test this breakout candle. You got a lot of volume sitting in there. If I was a market maker, I would want to retest all of this liquidity. That is your high volume bar. Right now you can see we're bouncing off the top of the wick, but chances are they want to test it lower. We'll see. Down 11%. Nice drop there on LDI. A ton of insider selling. A ton. I'm saying SPY W. I'm not ashamed of admitting that SPY actually gapped up to, and I was expecting it to open lower around 650. Yeah, I was thinking we were also going to gap down this morning after yesterday, but obviously we weren't privy to the Intel and Nvidia news. So that news headline alone just pumped in so much extra liquidity into the semiconductor market. And you have to remember, Intel's a very big weighting in the stocks. So between the two of them striking up a partnership, it adds a lot of bullish sympathy, right? So I think that had that news not come into picture today, we would have gapped down. But that news coming out absolutely just rallied the markets, right? And let's face it, this market is a news-driven market. It's not a fundamental market. It's a news-driven momentum market. So really big divergence. Yeah, exactly. You're 100% right there, JP. The news is rotten. By the time we get it, it's stale, it's old. Institutions, smart money are already positioned. Yep, you're right. All right, there comes a little bit of a lower boundary break and test. Puts are still trying to print there. Come on, give us a bear flag break. 2 minute chart, you're ready. You are absolutely ready. Come on, chop us down. Let's go to the 3 minute chart. You can see you have 3 minute chart support there. Since we're consolidating over, we're likely going to sweep that moving average. And yeah, I mean, you got a nice 5 minute EMA 113 sitting right at that prior day high. So that would be the next trim target, guys. I'm going to move this up here right into that prior day high. If we flush into that area, that's our next trim. I'll trim 10 contracts. I'll have 10 remaining. You're getting some IWM sell side pressure now as well. Come on. Keep it going. Let's see how it reacts off of this opening range high. Considering we've tested the OR high once already, bounced, created a lower high. Not going to be as strong as it once was. You might get a little bounce off of there, especially since you have that 3 minute EMA 113 coming up. But you've already tested that area once and you put in a nice little bear flag. So I wouldn't be surprised if they impulse us down. That would not be surprising if they gave us a really fat candle down. That would shock a lot of people. So again, the 10-year treasury came in at 1.734. That was at 1 o'clock. Big bounce. That was a pretty decent volume accumulation candle there. We'll see how big of a bounce they want to make this market. But that was a decent sized bounce. IWM still looking a little bit heavier right now. It's trying to lose its prior day high. So you still have small caps outperforming S&P 500 NQs. Strange. So again, keep stops tight if you're short, but I'm expecting a big move here very shortly. You still have your semiconductors curling down, Nvidia softening, IWM curling to the downside now below the prior day high. So your Russell's looking a little bit heavier here coming in. Your US dollar index is trying to firm up a touch. Bitcoin has softened up. Microsoft, Apple still weak on the session. Tesla's still weak on the session. Google, Meta acting well. Nvidia's still okay, but curling down. A little bit more distribution hitting your tape today. You can see the IWM tried to sweep that massive volume candle, and it did, but now it's looking to potentially close back inside of that previous candle. We will see if they want to close it above or below or inside that candle, but very close. Very close on the Russell. Pretty impressive. Come on, IONQ. Can't believe they've chopped this one at the highs for so long. Just shows you the unwavering strength in this tape today. I'm still looking a little bit heavier here. Nvidia trying to bounce a little bit on your 15-minute chart. SOX is getting a bit of a bid. SPY catching a bid. So a pretty big bounce on the S&P 500, close to stopping me out here on that wick on the runners. Looks like they're trying to form now a bit of a potential W pattern. It's a very tricky tape right now. You got a nice little higher low that they're building a base off of here. They could easily rip it right back down, but they're defending it quite nicely here. Nice little close, or they're trying to close it above this 3-minute red bar candle. So looking a little bit more bullish here into the end of the session now. Looked like we were breaking down. Now they're flipping it back to the bull side. So just be careful if you're short, because they could easily take us higher. They can easily take us lower. You're kind of just chopping around in no man's land. Um, it was looking like we were going to waterfall off a little bit more. But I did get stopped out on my puts there, the runners, at break even. So just as a heads up. And I mean, a retrace back to your neckline for SPY would put us all the way back up to this previous short zone. So if we were to push up there in a straight shot with no consolidation, I would short it again up there. I'd jump back into maybe 663s. But we'll see what they do here. You need to get a close above, which you actually, did you do it? You need to get a 3-minute close above this candle. Big push in Nvidia though. IWM still looks a little bit fragile here. There's a little rejection. So they're not closing it yet. They could easily chop us down. Yep, you did say we could get a little bit of a bullish pop. You did say that. Yep, nice call there, JP. So you're hitting that 1-minute EMA, getting rejected. Let's see if they send us right back down to the lows. It looks like they might. And now you have shoulders developing. You got all these weird little trend lines developing. And that's because we've been choppy here. Yeah, they could, right? They could be easily roping in more bears. I made my money scalping today. That was that nice little short there. That was a good enough trade for me. Still short IONQ though. MongoDB struggling today. That one's just been a beast, coming under some near-term pressure. Baba's still down 1.6%. Lulu's still acting well. That figure is up 19.69%. Wow. Beasting. Oklo up 14. LDI down 10. SOXS is down 9.9%, but trying to firm up off the lows. Whoa, my lunch just made me sleepy. Look at that. That's a hard sell there. That's a nasty little sell. Big move. Are they going to break us? IONQ softening up. The Russell is getting heavier here. The Russell's now had two 10-minute candle closes below prior day high and setting up for a third 10-minute candle close. It is getting heavier here, so that's probably going to be supportive of the S&P also going lower. The Russell continuing to get heavy. Nvidia's got some top wicks. Micron curling down. The Dixie still just trading sideways. Apple down 0.5%. Microsoft down 0.3. Here we go. Big level for the S&P. Are they going to chop it? Chop it, chop it. Saying when my Intel put was red, I doubled down. Savage. What a savage. What a savage. Nicely done there. INTC. Yep, INTC is getting sold into, so good job. It's well, and you know what? That's where often if you leave yourself dry powder and DCA, a lot of times Wall Street will say, you know, never DCA into a put option or a call option. But the smart traders always do that. It's hard to pick the exact level every single time. So I'm a big fan of DCAing as long as the chart pattern is still supporting that. Obviously, there's trouble where sometimes you DCA more and it goes against you more. That could always happen. It's happened to me before. It'll happen to me again. But nice job. You made money. I always DCA into common shares, big DCA into, yeah, DCAing, Ram saying DCA is the best thing to do if you're not doing 0 DT. Yeah. I've even DCA'd into 0 DT. I think as long as the position size is accordingly, say you're going to throw $1,000 into a 0 DT. Well, some people just sometimes trade $1,000 right off the hop. Well, what happens if you split that into 333, 333, and 333? It's still the same amount. Obviously, if the price reacts the exact way off of the first entry, you're not going to make as much money, but you're protecting your downside risk. So I think it's all relative. As long as you realize what you're allocating, that's the true position management. $1,000 off of one entry or $1,000 off of three entries is still $1,000. It's just gonna either reduce your risk or it's gonna reduce your profit. All right, your dollar is curling down, your IWM catching a bit, Nvidia still chopping sideways, Micron still seeing a little bit of distribution, still at 5.6, Oracle down about 3.62, Tesla still not looking too hot on Tesla. So it looks like now Tesla, well, let's look at the daily chart of Tesla here because there is still a potential it can keep going higher, but you are seeing some distribution. Wow, almost hitting TP2 today. That's crazy. It can push higher, but needs some digestion. But this market typically doesn't like to digest. It's crazy. I wish I was still holding some of my KOLD from yesterday. I know one of the viewers was shorting Nat Gas, and we shorted yesterday, but look at that nice decline on Nat Gas, our KOLD from yesterday. Wow. Look at how we pretty much picked the bottom there off of that 330, 33.45. Crazy. Nat Gas inventories coming out pretty horrifically. About a 10 billion less of a drawdown than expected. All right, Apple Dapple, let's take a peek. Still consolidating near the highs. Microsoft, Mr. Softy, still just chopping around between the 7 and 20. Trying to get a bullish crossover of your 7 and 20 moving average. Google, still remarkably strong. A little bit of a doji candle, but acting extremely well considering how big of a push it's had. Meta is trying to break out for new highs yet again. It's had a nice little consolidation zone. It's still overbought on your larger time frame, but your daily time frame is suggesting it can try to push a little bit higher. This Western Digital is just a freaking monster. I mean, oh my goodness. Like, what is going on with that name? That's filthy. Bitcoin and crypto have had some really nice moves, specifically Bitcoin. Bitcoin holding up really nicely, looking like it wants to push for new highs. Ethereum kind of lagging a little bit. Today we did take profits on our MSTR call options. So great job if you caught that with us. Beautiful little breakout. Is there any charts you guys want me to take a quick peek at while we're kind of just slow and chopping around here? Feel free to put them in. Oracle continuing to soften up here. Still curling slightly lower. And interesting, another semiconductor that's kind of lagging this big push in your semis is Broadcom AVGO. So Broadcom obviously is still a big proponent in the semiconductor space. It has a large weighting in your SOXX. I think it's number 2 or number 3. It might be number 2 after this big move, but big weighting. This is more of your institutional semiconductor. And the fact that it's showing some relative weakness today in the tape, that's a little bit of a red flag, so to speak, for the market. With your SOXX pumping this much, you would be sure to think that it would be holding up much better. But it's not. I'll post a little bit of a screenshot of some of the holdings that we have in. Micron. Oh, I'm scared to look at Micron's PE. Let's see what its historic and medium is. It's gonna be frickin' juiced to the max. Wow, its current PE is 30.39. Its median PE is 19.95. Let me take a look at Micron's earnings because this is just getting extended. Extended. All right, so annual 2025, $8.05. 2026, 13.16. Let me write those down quickly. 805 and 13.16 for 2026. All right, let me look at its balance sheet real quick. Annual rev, assets, net debt. Okay. Income statement, so about 25.1. Trailing 12 months, 33.81. Okay. Gross profit, 12.62. Operating income, 1.23 billion. Okay. Net income, 6.22 billion trailing 12 months. Interesting. Okay. Let's do some calculations. So it's trading at 168.52 micron. Oh, micron. Curveballs is saying, just read an article about the deal and Intel doesn't benefit that much. Honestly, that's what I was thinking. Like, I'm glad you said that because I briefly skimmed the headlines, and I mean, a $5 billion investment for the size of Intel is really not that much. I don't know what the terms are of that investment. Um, but that's the thing, right? I mean, this market is mainly all hype. We don't have really any fundamentals in this market. It's all hype and liquidity. It's crazy. Headlines move markets. So, very interesting point that you said it doesn't benefit Intel. Intel could easily get shorted back down. It's weak, weak, weak. There's still so much saturation in our semiconductors. Valuations are stretched still, in my opinion, on a lot of names. That's why I was just doing this calculation on Micron, right? We're trading 168.54 right now, based off of 2025 earnings. Do you have your US dollar trying to creep up? I'm saying you'd love to short this market if they go to 665. I'm considering hopping into some late day zero DTEs here for a trade. It's forming a nice bear flag right above that OR high, like it wants to have a nice waterfall into PDH. So I'm very tempted. I mean, thinking about, I made about 400 bucks on that last little zero DTE trade there. Thinking about just rolling those profits into another 662.0. Right now, what contracts are 25 cents. Could pick up another 15, roll my profits into that. Let's see if we get a little bit of a spike and then a reversal. The only thing I'm seeing is Nvidia's flagging on your 10 and 15-minute chart looking fairly bullish. Nvidia, it is holding quite steady, but you do have other semiconductors that are softening up a little bit more. Broadcom, Micron, SOX ETF is bouncing here. IWM still underneath its prior day. Your Russell's looking a little bit heavier here. This would be the pop to short right there. I'm keeping a tight stop loss, but you're in a wedge pattern, so you're going to make a move one way or another, but shorting this resistance usually is the way to go. And if you were to get sort of a close above these pivot zones here, you would stop out, but I'm just waiting patiently. Maybe they only want to chop it down on power hour. We'll see. I'll wait for power hour. All right, what else we got going on here? That's really not too much. I'm just trying to see some of this insider activity. See if there's any sort of clues or indications. Ram saying they'll take 0DT guys for a ride up and dump later. Thank you, thank you. There has been quite a ton of buying, insider buying by um, Larry Paulson, the director, buying another 20,000 shares today at a price of $2.40. So it seems like Larry's trading this NRGV. Not too much selling occurring. It's not that much more compared to how many shares he owns. It's a small amount. Pretty decent sell. It's good. S&P 500 is trying to break out here. Quite a bit of insider buying in this WSBC. Quite a bit of insider buying by a few different people. Let's look at SoFi today. Haven't looked at that name. Wow. What a beast. SoFi is just a monster. Look at that weekly chart on SoFi. If that's not extended, I don't know what is. Coming into a double top on the RSI weekly. Wow. What a beast. Sweeping your all-time high. That has been swept. Swept with force. Yes, sir. Yes, it is. Definitely time for Okla puts. I'm already in them. But yeah, it's crazy extension move. Crazy extension move for sure. So I think so. Pretty decent rejection on the Russell back under prior day high. S&P tried breaking out, getting a little bit of a high volume dip there. We'll see if they want to buy it back up, but definitely a little bit of a dip. Yeah, Oklo is crazy. One of the strongest stocks in the market right now. Where did that go? Oh, excuse me. Okay, so that's a pretty decent sell. There was a pretty big insider sell in JD today. An affiliate sold all of his shares. Or I should say a company sold all their shares today. Liquidated 115,000 shares, 4 million in pros, just over 4 million. But liquidating all of their JD shares today. Uh, some selling in Google. Sundar Pichai sold about 16 million worth at 249.50. So CEO of Google selling 16 million worth. It's still a drop in the bucket. I mean, he sold about 65,000 shares. Still has 2.3 million shares. So it's really nothing in the grand scheme, but some insider selling by the CEO from Google. Oof, more selling in CoreWeave. Holy moly. How is CoreWeave doing today? There's a ton of selling in CoreWeave. The amount of selling I've observed over the last couple of days in CoreWeave, crazy. I don't know how it's staying this strong. It's either going to have a really big drop, or once that sell side pressure is over with, it's going to just pump. But I don't know. When you see a lot of insiders ripping and multiple insiders ripping into CoreWeave, we're talking about millions. You know, there was one insider. Holy fuck. Sorry, that's a big sell, guys. CoreWeave. An insider sold 1.2 million shares of CoreWeave, proceeds 152 million, all remaining shares 378,000. So they sold about 75% of their shares in CoreWeave. That's a big sale. It's a 10% owner. And then they followed up with another 211,000 sell. Holy. Magnetar Financial LLC selling at a cost basis of $120.10. That's a big sell in CoreWeave. All right, let's see what else we got going on. S&P 500 is trying to break down just a little bit. IWM curling in. AMR chart, Alpha Metallurgic Resources, looking like it wants to press. SPY right back down to the lows. I hope you got out of those puts there, Ram, or those calls, Ram. Set 142 and 6 respectively. Let's look at Zscaler. I haven't checked this one out for a little bit. Zero selling a little bit. A little bit more distribution in your S&P and IWM. It looks like they might want to flush this market into the close here. If we look at the S&P 5-minute chart, we are looking pretty bearish here. Yeah, they're going to break us, guys. They are going to take us lower here. If you want to drive this momentum trade down, we're probably going to be looking for prior day. We are looking weak here. Here we go. Drop it low. Break that OR low. Take us downtown. Take us, take us, take us, take us. All right, Z-scaler. Sorry, is that 140, 280.7. Okay, that's not too much. ANET, how's ANET doing? ANET 142 is a proposed sale. Oof. Look at the nasty dump. All right, Rocket Labs, guys. RKLB still looking weak on the session. Very, very weak. Look at this S&P 500 melting. Drop it downtown. Nvidia still holding. Netflix getting smacked around. Dixie trying to squeeze to the upside. Apple down 0.54%. Google Meta still okay. But we are falling. Free falling. Free falling. Rocket Labs is looking pretty nasty intraday as well. Like it wants to trend lower. Could trend lower into tomorrow. That's an interesting one. Quite a bit of sell side pressure in the indices late in the session here. We haven't even hit power hour, but it seems like they're going to make it a sour hour. Sour hour. Sour hour. I'm still holding IONQ short, looking for a big flush here. Come on, pay me. Pay me on the day trade. Pay me, pay me, pay me. We've been patient with this name throughout the whole day. It's been chopping, creating a bit of an M pattern. You can see it's breaking this wedge. Looking pretty filthy. Come on. Come on. No. No, I'm not, Sarfraz. No, I'm not. Just the call options. So because those call options obviously time based heading into next week's expire, we don't have a lot of time. I decided that whenever you have a short dated option contract and you get a quick move, the prudent thing to do is to take profits. So that's exactly what I did here, netting just over 100% gain on that trade, MSTR. But I am still long common shares on MSTR. And that is on the basis that maybe, just maybe, Bitcoin wants to give us a new high retest and sweep of this liquidity. So I'm still holding MSTR commons. Long off of the 331 here, 48. So we're still in that. That's acting well. You'll have a little bit of sell side pressure at 360, but I did take the options contracts off the table. That was a nice little pop. To be honest, I thought the pop was going to happen. No problem, no problem. I thought the pop was going to happen last week into the end of the week. They just waited until after FOMC. So, I did lose a little bit on SBET. SBET didn't hit that $19 level like I thought it would. It came very close to today. A nice wick up. Maybe it catches a big gap up or something, but definitely SBET struggled there. Ethereum struggling, right? So I guess the real crypto pump occurred in Bitcoin. You look at the stocks that are moving. Well, look at the bounce on the S&P there. Fat candle. The bulls are coming back in and ripping it back up. Holy moly, look how much selling is in that ticker. Whoa. That is a nasty amount of selling. Let me look at that. Oh my goodness. That's a lot. yes, that's seeing some more selling. There has been quite a bit of selling, insider selling recently. Quite a bit. I'm just gonna make a note here. I will have some more, for members, I will have some more insider selling and buying to discuss. I'll make a couple videos after the close, but there are some observations that I've made here. Look at IONQ. Dump it. Is that a news candle? Is that a news candle on IONQ? Does anyone have news? I'm going to check my feeds. I'm going to check Twitter as well. Or is that just technical? That is a fat dump. That's exactly what we're looking at. Beautiful. Day trading IONQ, 2 for 2. 2 for 2. I ran down 3.8%. Thank you, Supreme Leader. That could be news. Yeah, these quantum names could be in for some distribution here. I'm not seeing anything. 15 minutes ago, Microsoft partners with the University of Maryland to boost scalable quantum computing efforts, aiming to accelerate breakthroughs in quantum hardware. Okay, that's nothing. Maybe it's just pure technical. Maybe. But anyways, it was pretty filthy, that little decline there. The S&P is starting to rip again. Oh my goodness. S&P 500 is pumping. That is a move on the S&P. Pretty much the exact opposite there on IONQ. Still looking for some targets to be hit, downside targets, but see if they want to pop it up a little bit more. 24,000, proposed sale. This other chart here. Yeah, no. Hmm. What a crazy pump. Holy, look at that S&P pump. What a frickin' beast. What a beast. Crazy, eh? Absolutely cray cray. Guys, the amount of selling, guys, in CoreWeave is mind-blowing. I just keep seeing unloading, unloading, unloading of shares. Look at IONQ ripping to the downside. Go, go, go. Go, go, go. It's really weird. Really weird. Okay. What's Carvana doing today? Yeah, Carvana back into a key trend line. Huge, huge bid. The question is it too soon? Did they pump it too soon? Are we going to get a fade right back down? All I can say, it looked like a bit of a failed breakdown, saved by the bulls. This is dangerous to short because you have broken out. They could keep squeezing this based off of this trapped liquidity alone. Craziness. Craziness. IWM. Going for another high of day. You placed a low ball limit order on NTSK this morning, Netscope, and it just filled. I haven't looked. Is that open today? NTSK, Netscope? Oh, wow. Yeah, it is open. So the interesting thing about these recent IPOs, right? So starting off with Figure. Figure obviously has had a huge run, right? But the IPOs started off choppy, right? Selling off, selling off the next day and then starting to rebound. You look at Stub. I actually haven't looked at Stub today. Yeah, look at Stub, right? Selling off again, likely going to rebound tomorrow. So this NTSK, perhaps we're also going to see it continue to sell off again tomorrow, and then rebound. So you've been seeing a little bit of distribution in these names throughout the opening candle, but we'll see. I'd buy this around, let me see. This one can still go to about 2060. 2060. I'd look at it there. So if that comes into that level tomorrow, I'd consider trading it long. Just remind me about this one. I don't pay attention to the initial IPOs that often, but we have made some money off of them, so they're tradable for sure. A lot of volume there. But this one could go down to 2060. IWM going for another high of day push. This is all happening while the S&P staying slightly off the highs. IONQ coming in. Uranium seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. Oklo still up 12.4. But IWM strong. Strong, strong, strong. Wow, look at the selling in that name. How is HIMS doing today? I haven't looked at HIMS. Absolutely ripping. IONQ coming into TP1, guys. IONQ, if you're wanting to trim by all means, I'm going to hold. I'm going to hold. That is target price 1, but I'm going to hold for more. Because I've been patient all day and you're seeing this now breaking down in the face of the market still pushing, I'm now going to hold for gap. I'll only trim today if it heads into gap fill. But a nice move down. Look at this. It's getting heavy here. Come on. Come on. IONQ. Push it. But that's technically first trim level right into that prior day low, but I'm not going to hold it there. I like it for a little bit more downside, just with how it's weakened up here, considering the market's still holding steady. And I'll swing this one. I'm probably going to swing some shares overnight. I'll only trim half up here. The odds of us getting another news announcement for this company and gapping it up another 5, 6, 7%, highly unlikely. Statistically, almost impossible. Look at them knifing IONQ. That is stunning, guys. I just want to show you something. Let's just remove all of this crap here. What is that type of a candle? Does anybody know? Does anybody know? Curveballs is saying open is coming in. Yeah, open's been a freaking beast. A beast. I can't believe just the Shopify CEO does that alone. Crazy. Crazy, crazy. Yep, but still on my watch list. I still think open's a $4 stock, give or take. 4 to 5. Somewhere in there. 450, happy medium. But yeah, nice decline there. Can they take IONQ negative in the session, guys? That would be pretty sublime. That would be amazing to see. I would absolutely love that. I would love that. Take us negative. How are the other ones doing? Rigetti. Coming in hot and heavy. QBTS. Coming in hot and heavy. Interesting. Cool. I like it. I like it. All right, just looking at this other chart on hens. So I have 200 shares short. If we get to a gap fill, that would be over $1,000 just in that trade alone. Close to $1,000 at that low there. P&L chopping around a little bit, but this is looking heavy. Filthy. We are seeing quantum under some pressure here into the close. Quite fascinating to see quantum under some pressure, but come on, take us negative. The market's still acting well. AMD still down 1.1%, but that's firmed up quite nicely. Snapchat still having a stellar day for Snapchat, guys. Who has been accumulating Snap with us? Look at that fat candle to the upside. Who was buying Snapchat down here? I'm pretty sure I made some videos on Snapchat alone. Come on. This one was one of our 2026 plays too. What a breakout candle there. Pump it. We're gonna have our $9 calls in the money in no time. That's friggin' crazy. The only thing I did bad about this trade, I should have just full parted, bought more. No, that's okay. So, but huge amount of volume. Even when you look at it on like a 5-year basis, the level of volume down here on the weekly chart. Look how much volume we're trading on Snapchat, guys. 743 million shares already this week alone. I mean, we got to go back far on the chart. We're talking about way past 2018. Like, we haven't even, look at the weekly volume on this candle. We haven't traded this much shares on the weekly chart on Snapchat ever. And we still have 1 day left in the week. That is crazy. And we've got some stunning entries, guys. Stunning entries on Snap. Doesn't show you that funds were accumulating. You know, if Snapchat can have a strong execution of their ads into 2026, and if they can really start to sell their glasses that they're going to be launching, it's their first consumer product that we've ever seen them go into. So it's a big milestone. We'll see. We'll see. It could be a flop, but right now investors are not thinking it's a flop. It becomes another revenue stream, and that is positive. All right, what else we got going on here? Looking behind the scenes, seeing if I see any other insider. I see no insider selling in Snapchat, that's for sure. I don't see any insider buys yet, but no insider selling, so. What a fat mover. Up 6.51% and pumping, printing. Snapchat's a printing machine, man. Printing. You know, I have Snapchat on my phone. My girlfriend likes to use it, and I've been so frustrated by it because they've been bombarding with ads. I don't pay for any sort of premium or whatever it is on Snapchat, but I know some people do. But the amount of ads they've been bombarding me with is crazy. Absolutely hate it. But someone's paying for those ads, which means that there's probably increase in revenue coming. All right, what's we got going on here? Insider sell on Tesla that was executed today. Or sorry, it was posted on it was executed on September 15th, posted today. 25.3 million in proceeds at a target price of $422.68. So big insider seller director liquidating 60,000 shares in Tesla. Interesting. Oof, that's a big sell. Let me look at this ticker here. S&P 500 still coming in. Yes, Jamie, I saw that. I was thinking about you. Natural gas absolutely made the bearish pattern, basically dropping like a rock off of its inventory report, inventory consensus coming in much less than expected. So basically what that means is there's less demand, a bigger than expected build, roughly an extra 10 billion build, slapping it down. The Bears certainly ate today. Certainly. But yeah, that's a nasty decline, right? And honestly, you're coming into an area where we throw in that 20-day moving average, and there could be there's going to be a little bit of a tug of war, I think, back and forth here. So you should see some buying off the 20-day, but it's risky now. That's a negative fundamental change. You know, nat gas is definitely um, very, very swayed by what the IEA report does and the inventory levels. So, considering that the print for nat gas was very bad, you know, an extra 10 billion, um, it could easily go lower. You know, but nat gas is it's so volatile because it hinges on that report from week to week to week to week to week. You know, that's literally one of the major reasons why the commodity is so volatile. Weekly reports. And then, like, imagine if a company had to do weekly earnings reports. So this commodity does weekly reports. And then you throw into factors political headlines, right? That's why they call it the Widowmaker, because it could be up one week and then boom, just slap down, just like it is today. I mean, you started the nat gas week pretty strong, and now look at it, looking pretty grim. You're still positive on the week, but I would be watching the weekly 7-day very closely here. That's sitting at 304, and kind of a confluence, a double confluence zone on the daily is your 20-day. If you start losing that 20-day, I think that it's a flat out short back down to call it sub 290. Um, if you recapture the 7-day again, then that's a little bit more bullish, and you could look to try to press some longs. So right now, it's kind of a no touch for me. I really don't even like trading nat gas unless it makes an extreme move. So I went long off of this decline. Boom, falling wedge pattern. I went short off of this big pump. So unless it makes extreme moves, it's tough for me to personally trade. But below the 20-day bearish, above the 7, it's typically bullish. That's the most simplicity I can use. You know, for the bulls to maintain price structure here, you could be putting in an inverse head and shoulders. You know, if this were to play out, this inverse, you have your left shoulder here, ahead, you could be in the early stages of forming a right shoulder. It's a little early, but that print certainly scares me from trading on the long side. That's for sure. You think nat gas will make a double bottom or even further, like double bottom here, 272? Or are we talking about a double bottom down here, 100, 161? Which double bottom you think? Start with the first one. Yeah, I guess we better start. If it went to 160, I mean, I'd be backing up the truck. Anything historically under $2 for nat gas is basically a gimme trade. It's like buying UNH at the lows, right? Or anything under $2 for nat gas. You just load the boat. I mean, buy calls, get commons, get levered up, straight up. Not financial advice, but I would love to see it under $2 again. Um, that is a major breaking point for a lot of natural gas producers. So depending on which region they're actually doing business in, um, the Athabasca Basin, that is usually the most cost-effective region to do business in. But depending on what region is, I mean, certain if it went below $2, you would start seeing some of these companies' businesses going basically negative in a sense, starting to lose money on producing the commodity. So that would be very bearish if it went to that massive double bottom. But I don't think that's a long way off. It's hard to predict that. But yeah, I would if it flushed into this double bottom, I would depending on what the pattern looks like, I would consider taking it long. You could be putting in a double bottom here, maybe a nice W pattern, but it's a no touch for me. It's a tough one to kind of trade. You can scalp this one intraday. Like for instance, tomorrow. If tomorrow we saw Nat Gas get a gap down right into this 20-day moving average, I would be a buyer off of a day trade. I would certainly scalp it long. So it's a nice asset to day trade and scalp. It's a tougher one to swing trade when you're kind of just diddling in the middle here. But yeah, definitely a nasty print for the inventories. All right, your S&P 500 getting slightly oversold. Again, chopping everywhere but nowhere. Putting in lower highs, higher lows. Which way is this going to break? We will find out. Market's still in a very strong technical uptrend. You still have small caps making higher highs, higher lows. Oklo still up 11%. That's coming in a touch here. IONQ still a little bit weaker on the tape. Again, members, I will have a couple interesting tickers. I've got about 4 new tickers here that I want to bring to your attention regarding um, some insider transactions that I think are worth noting. One of them was a new position that we just entered, and I'm looking at entering something along the lines of the other three if we get the right setup. So I'll do a little video after the bell. What else we got? There's been some insider selling in Tesla, like I mentioned earlier. A director of Tesla sold 25.3 million in proceeds at a price target of 422.68. That is James Murdoch. Still has quite a bit of shares. A little bit of selling in Meta. Not too much there to note. But CoreWeave, I mean, I am shocked CoreWeave hasn't fallen more. Let me look at CoreWeave here for a second, and I'll tell you exactly how much selling we've been seeing. Okay, so just in the month of September for CoreWeave, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 insider transaction sales. And you're looking at, oh my goodness, I don't even want to know the amount. I could add it up if I'm being nice. Let's add it up for you guys. 25 mil plus 152 mil plus 9 mil plus 22 mil. And I'm rounding down plus 65 mil plus 7 plus 6 plus 4 plus another 24 million plus 96 mil plus 59 million plus another 55 million. Plus 24 mil. Plus 37, 38 million. Holy shit. 38 mil. Plus another 28 mil. Ooh, that's a big one. Plus 105 million. Jeez. So just in the month of September, guys, insiders in CoreWeave have sold roughly $725 million worth of stock just in the inside. And it's quite a bit of insiders. That's along the lines of, let me see how many individuals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7. And there's still some more proposed sales. So there has been about 7 different insiders in CoreWeave selling. Total proceeds about 725 million, almost $1 billion in insider selling. And there's still quite a few more proposed sales that haven't even hit the tape yet. But there's been quite a bit. All right, so a nice little decline on Micron here into the close. That is getting heavy as we speak. We are seeing, let me pull this mic down so everyone can hear me. Let's look at Broadcom here into the close. That one is softening up just a touch. We look at Oracle. Oracle has been weak here into the close, still selling off. Oklo, what an absolute monster today, but coming here into the close, selling off quite nicely. OKTA, a nice phenomenal day for Okta, really breaking out to the high side here. Very, very positive price action. BBAI, still a very strong daily chart session for Big Bear AI. This is anything but Big Bear. This is Big Bull AI. They should change their name. We did trim some of our profits there today. Just moving a little bit defensively. Nice little session for Dragonfly, ticker DPRO. Still looking very bullish in my opinion, guys. Dips are still being bought. Very bullish, this name. I see their delivery vans and trucks and cars everywhere in Canada. If you're a believer in e-commerce expansion, especially as we approach what time? Christmas, where people are going to get packages delivered. DPRO Dragonfly is a major, major delivery service here in Canada, and they are booming. I live in a rural area, and which means that there's not many houses and not much traffic around. And all I see is like the couple neighbors. I got 1, 2, 3 houses nearby, and all I see on my road is these Dragonfly trucks coming in, delivering, on the road, delivering, delivering, delivering. So delivery service, exposure to e-commerce, chart pattern looks bullish. I'm long commons off the 443 already, so just understand I'm already in the money quite nicely, but I'm not even looking to trim this. Usually I like to trim stocks into double digits, but this is a high conviction play that I'm thinking about just tucking it away for the long term. I could see them becoming an acquisition target of one of the bigger delivery companies. So it's one that very volatile. Fundamentals, in terms of its earnings and revenue and valuation is still a little bit wonky, iffy. But just understand, it's got a lot of potential. That's kind of, again, a name that I keep pounding on, and that just keeps, as it dips, it keeps getting bought up. And you can see today another high. I'm up about just over 22%. on my commons and looking. This one could easily be like a 3-4x, maybe even a 10x if things got really crazy. And they say dragonflies are supposed to be good luck, so you know, I've had a few dragonflies land on me this summer. Maybe this is the winning ticker. All right, so Bitcoin has softened up a bit, still above 117.5, up 0.88%. Marvell still shaking and moving to the upside. UNH has been somewhat disappointing, I would say. Um, that being said, I hope it goes lower because I've taken all my profits off my call options. And if this stock went below 300 again, please pray. Pray that UNH goes below 300 again so we can buy it again. So everyone, when you go to bed tonight, pray that UNH goes below 300 because that'll give us a nice asymmetric investment opportunity. We would be going back to the cookie jar again. All right, what else you got going on? Let's look at Mr. Tessie. I'd love to see Tesla dip quite a bit more. Typically, after stocks have that 52-week high breakout, typically that first initial pullback kind of into your 7, maybe the 20, but likely the 7-day moving average, typically that does yield a really phenomenal bounce. So there's going to come a time, guys, where Tesla is going to pull back and it's going to have a really, really big bounce off of this first initial pullback. The first initial pullbacks from 52-week highs are a very strong trade signal and often yield really good results. Come on, IONQ, what are you doing? I would love to see this ALT show some continuation momentum tomorrow. And throughout, if it can get another daily high close, that would be beautiful. This is another one that we took 100% profit on today off that initial spike. If this starts to move, like I know it can move, you're starting to get a bullish cross on the weekly chart of your RSI. You're starting to reach that momentum zone for that daily chart RSI. If this is going to move like I think it's going to move, we could see this back above $6, this ALT, but also another risky biotech pharmaceutical play that options are so cheap, you don't need to risk a lot of money to make a killing. But just understand there's a lot of risk with it. But breaking out, clearing, and this is what I like about this ticker here, is you're all this previous little bearish consolidation, you're trying to get a close above this zone. So it's a positive sign. Very positive sign. Let's look at some of these other space stocks. ASTS still just shaking around here. RKT still just shaking around. How are our other, remember those, remember like Krispy Kreme going through these squeeze events? They've been fairly muted lately. Trying to get a little uptick today. It's up 15%. Maybe it tries to gap up tomorrow. But again, you're starting to see a little bit of these squeezers. KSS has been fairly quiet in the news, but grinding higher here. Look at IONQ dumping, guys. I'm pushing up $1,000 here very shortly. Almost. Come on. Take us to gap. Take us to the gap. What other short squeezers? Is there any tickers you guys want me to take a quick peek at? Sorry, I had the chat message. Figure, go figure, yep. FedEx earnings release today. Anyone playing? You know, I have some indirect exposure to FTX. Members know. But it's a much longer term, so I mean, it doesn't really affect my position considering I'm positioned with options into 2027 and commons. Nevertheless, FedEx, yeah, let's take a look at the chart because I have traded, we've traded that quite a number of times and it's looking fairly bearish. But another one that I think I'm gonna be waiting on this one. If they gap it down, I'd be a buyer. If they gap it down, I'd be a buyer. I still have this year-end target on FedEx of this 273, but that might be a little stretch right now. Obviously, if it popped on earnings, that could easily come into play, but I'm kind of hoping they gap it down because if they were to sell it off, call it around 200, I'd be a buyer. But I hold no position. It's a tough one to trade right now, but it's still technically pretty oversold. But we'll see. I can't really trade that way. Uh, Aves Truz, or I hope I said that right. What about Veri, Veri? I hear no one talking about it, and I've been making money out of it. I suppose to have an edge over BBAI. Let's take a look at Veri here for a second. Yeah, so very strong daily chart. You can see I've done some work on it down here. Nice breakout on Veri at the lows there, and it's just been absolutely trending. The question is, how much more upside does it have left in the tank? And when we look at some of the weekly structure on this overall chart, it's still acting well. I mean, you could be setting up a 3-bar weekly surge on VERY. You can see there's an inverse head and shoulders on the weekly chart that has triggered. I repeat, it has triggered, and we could be looking at a move to about, yeah, $5. That's where this chart looks like it wants to go just based off of the technical weekly pattern. So it's still looking pretty good. I would say that's a nice I'd say that's a nice looking chart just based off of sheer momentum. A little bit tough to just chase it on the long side here. You're getting a little bit choppy as you're grinding, but still in a very strong uptrend. I mean, it's looking pretty good. Looking pretty good for sure. So, I mean, various Q2 2020 results. Total revenue came in at minus 24 million, which hit the high end of their company's guidance. Software products and services revenue grew 12% year over year. The core AI software part, excluding Veritone Hire, grew 45%. That's pretty decent. Public revenues saw strong growth, 90% year over year. They move along to their token processing data refinery milestone. Veritone's Veritone Data Refinery, known as VDR, product processed over 5 trillion tokens in Q2 of 2025. Near-term sales pipelines for VDR is now estimated to be around 20 million, up 33% from earlier estimates. Contracts in government sector business. Veritone secured a sole source contract with the U.S. Air Force Office of Special Investigations to deploy its AIware platforms and IDEMS tools. The company also achieved access awardable status through the Department of Defense P1 solution. So always a really good sign when a company starts getting involved with government contracts. It seems like there's just an endless supply of money. So it does make it likely that it's probably going to keep pressing here. I'd be curious to know if there is any insider political buys in this. That's what I'd be curious. Um, since they're getting government contracts, likely probably is. Right now, its market cap 286 million, so still fairly light, but does look like it could keep pushing. It has initiated restructuring to trim costs, targeting up to 10 million annual savings, which of 7.5 to 8 million has already been executed. Management reiterated guidance Q2 2025 revenue expected between 23.5 to 24 mil. Full 2025 revenue guidance is 104 to 115. They expect non-GAAP net loss in Q2 around 8 to 8.5 million. So the company still isn't really that profitable yet, but they're certainly trying to turn the corner. So they're burning quite a bit of cash at this point in their business juncture. So they're not a profitable company just yet, but they're trying. Trailing 12-month revenue is about 90.9 million. Trailing 12-month net losses around 30 to 40 million. So I would watch those trailing 12-month losses if they can start to, narrow it into the 10 to 20 million by cutting them in half. If they keep cutting their losses in half, that would be a very bullish sign. There is one aggressive buy side target for Very, which is $26 price target. That's crazy. But yeah, the chart's certainly looking like it has more upside in it, at least to $5. But it's a name that pullbacks will likely be bought. However, it's been rising because the stock markets are rising. So this is a name that if we go through any sort of a macroeconomic decline where labor data starts to weaken substantially, this is a high growth stock that will be sold into and sold in with fierce, fierce sell side pressure. So as long as the markets remain in a strong uptrend, this stock will likely keep trending. But if the stock market starts to put in a little bit of a top, this one will have big sell-offs, okay? But definitely is looking strong. Nice observation. I really haven't looked at that ticker in quite a long time. And I'm pretty sure I traded this back a while ago. Let me look through some of my notes here. Certainly did some work on it. Did chart that before down there. Stellar breakout. All right, let's flip back to the S&P 500. Final 18 minutes here in the tape. We are seeing IONQ continuing to fall to the downside. We're up over 5% on the short trade, guys. I'm still looking to press this more, especially since we are seeing a nice decline here in the S&P 500. Really good sell side pressure. Interestingly enough, the S&P is seeing selling, whereas your NASDAQ is kind of staying a little bit more firm, along with your IWM. You are seeing the dollar getting a nice little pop here into the end of the day, trying to at least. Open is down 1.2, Intel still up 23%, Nvidia is still up 3.7, so still seeing strength in your overall semiconductors. Tesla really saw a nasty decline here into the close, guys, so look at Tesla. Absolutely filthy. Filthy, filthy, filthy. Down 1.5% now on Tessie. Just cannot seem to hold on to its gains. Very choppy, very sloppy. Crude oil making a little bit of a run. Amazon just flipped negative on the session. Microsoft, Apple still struggling. Google, Meta, Nvidia acting well. Netflix getting slapped around today. NFLX down 1.78%. Look at that institutional sell side program. If you've never seen an automatic sell program, that's exactly what it looks like. Hard selling, sharp declines, minimal bounces. That is a fund executing a sell side program, liquidating some shares. I like to see that. But Netflix has been tumultuous. It's been tough. Big bounces, big declines, still very, very choppy going through its distribution. I still think that there's a lot more downside for this LDI. LDI was one of our insider buy and sell alerts that we executed off of yesterday. Again, that was for members, and that trade is working out quite well, down 10% yesterday or today. Mega move. So just from shorting LDI yesterday, you can see we're already up 16%. On the actual put options, we're up even more, and we got a lot of time. We should get more. IONQ still trickling down. Your S&P 500 still looking a little bit weak here. IWM is actually getting a really big bounce here. Your Russell 2000s certainly shaping up here. Big bounce. But nice sell-off there on the Russell, or sorry, on the S&P. Looking at SoFi. Nice little decline there on SoFi into the close. Beautiful. I like to see it. I really like to see it. Lululemon's still been trending all session long. Lulu's trying to carve out a little bit of a base. Come on, take IONQ negative. Take us negative. Sell into that news pop. That news pop is not holding. Freaking manipulation, that news. It was all priced in already. Just giving people. But look at Lulu. Lulu's trying to really end the week off on a positive note. I mean, you also look at some of these weekly volume trends on Lulu. I mean, let's go to the monthly chart of Lulu. That's what's impressive as well. You look at this monthly volume candle that Lulu's shaping in, it's more than the COVID low. I mean, maybe Lulu can go long down more, but wow, man. Talk about a company that has just been decimated. This is the highest monthly volume candle since here in 2013 for Lululemon. And we still have 12 days left. So this will be the highest monthly volume candle in Lulu's history. Very strong price action today. IONQ about to go to the dark side. Push it down. Look at that beautiful daily reversal candle on the UUP chart. Look at that weekly potential bottoming tail. Just what if, guys, this is a weekly inverse head and shoulders for the dollar? What if? Hey, what are we going to do about that? What if that triggers? We will find out. We will find out. All right. IWM still seeing some top wick distribution as your US dollar is curling to the upside. Bouncing IONQ right at that gap fill. Your S&P 500 still looking heavy like they want to flush us into the close here. Yes. Yes, it is bearish. Now, here's the thing about Fridays, right? You got a couple things you need to watch out for. I think that these markets are very extended. Especially individual stocks. Maybe there's still quite a few stocks that have room to run, but the markets, the indices are lofty up here. That being said, Friday's a tricky session because you got zero DTEs. Obviously, that's extra volume and buy side pressure. A lot of bulls like to just throw in lotto options plays to the upside. Then a lot of people like to close their shorts or put options over the weekend as it typically costs borrowing fees to hold short positions over the weekend. And it may not seem like much, but when you're borrowing millions and millions and tens of millions and maybe hundreds of millions, it can add up. And then simultaneously, you also have usually VIX Crush Friday. So the VIX right now is firming up and going green. Right now, UVXY has basically formed a bit of a bottom here. So that's kind of interesting. Look at that reversal trying to take us green, but they usually sell the VIX on a Friday. They usually take whatever downside protection people are buying and they just somehow rotate it and push it into the market. So Fridays are tricky, but it'll be fun. I'll be live trading 0 DTEs. I might do a half day, but it's my birthday weekend, so I'll be probably taking it easy tomorrow, going boating, but I will be live streaming in the morning. So we will see how the markets close here. We still got 10 minutes. Your S&P 500 has triggered a head and shoulders on a couple different time frames. Thank you, thank you. Is it triple witching? I'm not sure if it's triple witching. What is it? Usually let me see here. I don't think so. It could be. What is it? The third Friday? Are we at the third Friday? It's usually the third Friday, right? The third Friday of March, June, and September. So are we at the third Friday? Maybe we actually are. Yes, it is. Okay, yeah, good observation there, Rams. Thank you. Yeah, it is. Exactly. So that's another volatility. Very cool. So, yep, triple witching. That just sneaks up on you. Can't believe it's the third Friday already. Triple witching on my birthday. That's crazy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Flushing this quantum beast. No, they're trying to bounce it along with the S&P. They're trying to bounce it. Take two extra shots. Yeah, I know. I should, eh? Tequila? Tequila makes me forget things. Those two extra shots are priced in already. Yeah, they are. They are. Oof, look at that pump in the market. Look at the pump in the equity market. What's interesting is you have your SPY getting a fat candle here, but look at the SOXX, right? Interesting divergence there. One's up, one's down. Weird, eh? Weird stuff. Not usually what you see. And that Russell 2000 is squeezing into the high of the day, closing above that huge volume candle yesterday, pumping to 245 and change. An absolute filthy, filthy beast. What the heck? Oh, I got another high there on the Russell. That's crazy. My charts have been wacky. I swear TradingView's messing with me. What is going on? Yeah, TradingView's messing with me, man. I don't know what the hell's going on here, but that's so weird. That is weird. What a pump, eh? You had to refresh your trading view. It was weird on your side. Market makers want to close SPY and dump tomorrow. Yeah, I might have to refresh my trading view as well. I'll do it after the market close, but I'm getting it's crazy because I've got a couple different trading view profiles. I use my main one for the majority, my paid one, but I also have some other side profiles that I use just to mess around on, and it's showing it's showing socks on two different charts, two different prices, like all-time high prices. And then it's showing on my IWM two different all-time high prices as well. It's really weird. I don't know what's going on, but it's not making me happy because I like my charts to be equal across the board. All right, guys. So great trading session for us today. Basically, three day trades taken, one over 100% short trade off of this catch here. We obviously shorted IONQ, which I'm going to hold overnight. I think that we can get more out of this one, even though we are nicely in the profits at that gap fill target. We kind of hit both TPs. I'm looking for a little bit more downside. I'll be a little bit greedy. And then obviously I did lose a little bit on Intel being stopped out for a loss when it wicked me out here. So 2 of 3 so far on the day trade session. Again, nice profits today on MSTR. Nice profits today on Snapchat. Um, Marvell, we took a little bit of a loss on just due to the fact that we got caught in that earnings gap down, but that's just the way it is sometimes. Nice job if you took Alt Immune with us, ALT. We still have a little bit more upside exposure with some more time on the clock. But nevertheless, we'll see how this market presents itself tomorrow as we are set to have that triple witching. The 0DT Friday, there will be lots of volatility, guys. Lots of volatility. China stocks today under a little bit of pressure. Ram saying, what's going on with Bank of America 52-week high? Yeah, financials are strong, right? I mean, people are just bidding up. It really comes down to banks, one thing, right? NIMs, net interest margins, are basically getting stronger here. So bank NIMs are getting stronger because rates are going down, therefore cost of capital is getting cheaper, they're making more profit. And often what's really weird, right? So anyone that owns a house or knows how it works, like if 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 you're on a variable interest rate, basically banks will delay from readjusting their rates by maybe a month, maybe a two, depending on which banking institution. So if you think about what the Fed just did yesterday, they lowered the key interest rate by a quarter basis point, which technically the banks, not us, not the civilians and people, we don't get that bank rate right away. We have to rely on the likes of Bank of America, JP Morgan, Wells Fargo, all of the regional banks, or in Canada, the likes of TD, RBC, etc. We have to wait for them to adjust their interest rate policy to either lower it or they keep it the same, right? So they're capturing now a spread differential of a quarter basis point because they're not really changing their rates yet and offering it to the public, but yet the Fed has lowered their borrowing rate, which they capture right away. So for, a few weeks or a month or two, the banks make typically a little bit more profit off of this interest rate cutting period because they're capturing that spread, that quarter basis point extra spread that the Fed just cut by or the Bank of Canada just cut by. So banks are looking really, really strong. And I mean, you're seeing regional banks also trying to capture that spread. So I would say give banks, maybe 2 weeks to run here, maybe a little less, but I think that's the real reason why banking stocks are ripping here. Um, don't get me wrong, they're extended. They're super, super extended. I mean, you look at XLF backtesting a really, really key upsloping trend line of resistance where you saw rejection. You're trying to get above that wide range red bar. You got some negative divergences across the board. Um, you're extended beyond belief, but I don't know. This market's just on some next level stuff. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully I shared a little bit of insight there. But thank you all for tuning in. Definitely stay tuned for tomorrow's price action. Nice job trading with you all today. Thank you for all the insights and observations. It's trading as a collective that allows us to find opportunities and just overall sharpen our skills. But we will see you all for Friday and take care, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your night.